Bada bing, bada boom.
In some cases, it's more alarming to buy a money counting machine than to buy a cadaver bag. You can technically freely buy both online. The money counting machines being the little things where you put in a stack of cash, it counts it for you. Some of them are really smart. They do mixed bills of cash. So there's 5s, 10s, 100s in there. It'll count it. Then at some point, that was more alarming in the United States to purchase than body bags, full on cadaver bags. In 2008, the DEA started to use blanket administrative subpoenas to vendors, people who are selling money counting machines. And they're like, we want a list of every single person who's buying a money counting machine. Basically, if you purchase one, I would imagine that you're still on some sort of federal watch list for buying that money counting machine, because why did you need one? The DEA has since stopped. There was a lot of public outrage and human rights activists arguing that it is actually abusive to Americans' right to privacy to put them on some sort of arbitrary list based solely on the fact that they purchased an item that is technically lawful to purchase. It's a lawful product. They're legally allowed to buy it. People were really upset about it until now. Now netizens are wondering, maybe we bring the list back and put some other things on the list. Because why are you allowed to go on Amazon and purchase a cadaver bag for $32? You can buy a cadaver bag online, like the ones that they use in morgues and hospitals, body bags. Depending on the quality, obviously, it's going to be a different price, but it's also going to be anywhere between somewhere to 100% leak proof for long-term storage. Some of them are going to be better sealed that prevents less odors from escaping. And body bags are not just used for human bodies, which might be why that they're so freely available on the market. Some hunters say that they use them for game, though I think that's now been labeled like a newbie mistake because you need your game meat to be able to breathe during transport. So sticking it in this heat-sealed body bag would be bad unless you're moving very quick. One hunter writes, you want to get your game out of the skin and on ice immediately. If not, you won't want to eat it. So maybe a no-go on the body bags. Aside from hunting, body bags are used by a lot of different people. Search and rescue teams for recovery missions. State emergency agencies will stockpile them for mass casualty events. Farms, sometimes vets, livestock vets, they're going to have body bags to transfer livestock to their final resting place, wherever that be, or to their cremation, their burial. Horse owners, cattle ranchers, lots of people will have them. And it's also just something that you can purchase on Amazon for $32. The reviews are not as grim as you would think. Some of these reviews are about people writing about how they used it for something completely unexpected. Somebody is using it to storage their mermaid tail, 9-foot tall mermaid tail under their bed in a body bag. Another says that they're a doctor for athletes and they use it as a cooling tub. So as they wait for EMT to arrive, they'll fill it with cold water if need be and throw the athlete in there. Another review reads, this bag was perfect for storing 2 7-foot-long pre-lit Christmas garlands without crushing them. It's very sturdy fabric, zipper and handles makes it easy. Another reads, I'm tall. I got this for a camping trip because I needed a cheap way to make my sleeping bag waterproof. It's a bit awkward if anyone sees it since it looks like a body bag because it is a body bag. But it is, this was a good find though. And of course, there are other reviews that feel maybe a little more unsettling to read. Do not use this for what it was intended. It will leak and will not hold water or fluids. Leaks through all the stitching. But just because you order a body bag on Amazon, it doesn't mean that you get put on some federal watch list. Though recently people have been arguing, yeah, maybe you should be put on a watch list, especially when you purchase a body bag, an inflatable pool, 2 chainsaws, and a burn cage to go along with it, like what David did. This is the updated episode with all the legal updates for the David case, where last year in September, a 14-year-old girl's decomposing body was found in the trunk of this famous singer's car while he's out on tour. It took 7 months to arrest him, and this is what the authorities say happened. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support NECMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's team of dedicated researchers. We'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Please be aware that there are mentions of grooming, CSA, CCM, and dismemberment in relation to a 14-year-old child. This case may be extra sensitive due to the victim's age, so please don't hesitate to pause. We have 2 previous episodes on Celeste's case back when her body was first discovered. However, I would say that if you haven't seen those, maybe go watch those first. I'm still going to try my best to provide enough context and foundation to the case so that you're not completely lost as we go through the most recent case updates. Though if you ever find yourself at a point being like, oh, why don't you mention the song that he allegedly wrote in her name? Why don't you mention this? Those are probably in the first 2 episodes. Those are pretty thorough deep dives of all the internet speculation, theories, and comments that people had, and this is now with the legal aspect of the case, the preliminary hearing that's coming up, the arrest, and the preliminary hearing brief that the prosecutors dropped, as well as the autopsy. With that, statements, any quotes from court documents may be condensed or combined for brevity. So with that being said, let's get into it. Everyone has their own opinion on whether or not you should or should not bury your beloved family pet in your backyard. You have to weigh out your options. One person says they want to bury their family pet in their family pet's favorite spot in the backyard because that's what feels like honoring them. Another says, I mean, yeah, I get it, but I would never, because what if one day I move? Then I would rather my pet come with me, so I'm going to cremate them and then take them everywhere with me. I don't necessarily think that there's a right or wrong. It's all personal, unless you're breaking the law. It is not legal in every state, which poses a huge problem because you're grieving the loss of your family pet and then the police are investigating you, especially if you are this particular family in the Hollywood Hills. Because it is illegal to bury your pet anywhere within the city of Los Angeles in your backyard.
Really?
Yeah, not only that, the smell is starting to get bad. They buried their family pet, this is a big dog, a husky, back in February of 2025. This is when the weather is still very chilly in LA. And now that it's hitting the summer months, I mean, some days are okay, but anytime it gets above 70 degrees, this smell is starting to get really bad in the neighborhood. They're thinking maybe they didn't bury their beloved deep enough. And so right when they're about to take on this very alarming task, unpleasant project of digging up their family dog to rebury their remains even deeper, the smell stops. September of 2025, the smell is gone. This is right around the time that their neighbor's Tesla is also gone from being parked on the street. The smell is gone. It's getting hotter, but the smell is gone. We know now that the smell was likely not from the family dog being buried in the backyard, but this is what the family told a private investigator that had been looking into this case, that this whole time they thought it was their family pet.
That's so crazy. So they've been smelling for a long time.
Yeah. And now they know that it is most likely from human remains being stored in singer David's Tesla's front trunk. The smell in the neighborhood appears to have been present for months. There have been newly circulating clips. So I'm just going to...
It was in the front trunk?
Yeah.
Front trunk is not that big.
No, it's pretty small. You'll see how the body was found in a second, but I'm going to give you a timeline. April 23rd, 2025 is when prosecutors believe Celeste Rivas Hernandez was killed. July 4th of 2025, there's this live stream that's been heavily circulating and people have been dissecting every single part of it. Major news networks have been throwing it up and then they're trying to catch background noise and they're adding subtitles of a confession and it doesn't necessarily sound like it to me, but there's just a lot being dissected in this live stream that we're going to go through the entirety of. But there's this one moment that everybody is fixated on because it's July 4th, 2025. The alleged murder took place April 23rd, 2025. So this is months later. And this is live streamed by a Twitch streamer by the name of Sakura. She is at David's house getting ready for a 4th of July party with David and a few other people. So they're all getting ready and then they're going to go to the Faze compound for the 4th of July party.
Wow, I didn't know they're all close friends like that.
Yeah.
So David is actually friends with a lot of streamers.
Yes, he started off as a streamer. Because he was streaming Fortnite and he's always been embedded in the streaming world. He has music videos with other streamers. He has music with streamers.
Wow.
Heavily involved. These people are going to be important later, but you have David, you have Neo, who is David's friend, and also a Twitch streamer, but I think that he's a very small-time Twitch streamer. I've never heard of him up until this case. You have Asia, another one of David's friends, and a few other people that are lingering in the background. Like I said, there's a few notable parts in this live stream that we're going to go through, but particularly there is this one shot where they're just showing around the living room, and there is a candle balanced on the very edge of the grand piano right at the entrance of this house. This is kind of a weird thing to do because the candle is burning, and this candle is the size of, imagine a coffee mug and trying to balance it on the stem of a fork. It seems dangerous.
Look at this fucking candle, bro. Look at this fucking, what are we doing, bro?
And it seems like it's not doing enough to mask whatever is stinking up the house, because at some point, David apologizes to Sakura on the live stream.
Oh, yeah, I apologize to when my bathroom smelled. I took a shit there like 2 hours ago.
You don't really see David in the stream, so he's not in the frame of the camera, but you see Sakura and she's sitting next to Neo, who's David's friend. And she's like, oh, I don't care. I just took a shit in there.
I don't care. I just took a shit in there. Another one? Hi, shit. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yo, I had to go.
And Neo is sitting there looking very uncomfortable. Like, he's looking left, right, looking like, ugh. I mean, one could imagine that maybe Neo seems caught off guard that they're so openly discussing their bowel movements on camera. I mean, I guess some might even call it crass. But others think that Neo is not the type to be taken aback, clutching his pearls at the mention of poop. So why is he looking so uncomfortable? And what exactly are they even smelling? Let me run you through that timeline again so it makes sense. Celeste was killed, prosecutors believe, April 23rd of 2025. July 4th, 2025 is when this stream in question was filmed, with David apologizing to his friends about the smell in the bathroom because he pooped 2 hours ago. Then September 2025, Celeste's body is found in the front trunk of David's Tesla while he's out on tour. And for months, nothing substantial comes out about this case until January 23rd, 2026. So earlier this year, 4 months after Celeste's body is found, the very first arrest is made, not in LA, in Montana. And it's not of David, it's of his close and personal friend, Neo Langston. Neo Langston does not seem to have a personality outside of being David's friend. You can find out a lot about Neo Langston, also nothing about Neo Langston, all at the same time. He's a Twitch streamer. Apparently he played Fortnite a lot. That's all I know. Maybe that's the common interest that he had with David, or even how they met. He just makes like very mediocre content online. I don't know how else to describe it. One video is of him standing in the room stating,
"Motherfuckers that will go out of their way and do something for you and then expect something in return and then call themselves selfless." Like, no, motherfucker, you just a selfish, manipulative asshole. Like, get over yourself. F you.
Which I think is a very mediocre, just mindless take, but he thinks it's philosophically profound the way that he's spewing it out to the camera. There's another one of him in a beanie and a hoodie staring into the camera saying, "Quick reminder, good people don't call themselves good people." Thanks for the reminder, Neo. Why are you smiling in your mugshot? He's arrested January of 2026 and he's smiling in his mugshot. Full smiles. He also tried his hand at stand-up before all of this. He does a little stand-up bit where he says,
"Much dating experience," which hopefully is a shocker to y'all. I don't I don't want y'all hearing that and be like, "Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense why he's I keep going through these like mini relationships, or as the kids call them, situationships. At the end of every single one of these situationships, the other person, and I mean this without fail, always finds the love of their life every single time. I help everyone find the love of their life, just at the expense of myself. It's just don't do that. Don't pity me, man. So I took this negative and turned it into a positive. I decided to make a dating profile, and it ends off with, "I'm not gonna be the love of your life. I'm the guy right before that. So if you want to find the love of your life, do yourself a favor and date me first."
He's not particularly memorable by any means, except for the fact that he was very proud to be David's one and only Asian. He actually said that.
I'm David's one and only Asian, bro. No one else, just me and David.
He gives me the type that if he and David are in the restroom and there is no toilet paper, he would gladly offer David his palm. I would say no offense, but that would be a lie because full offense is meant in that. He gets arrested at his mom's house in Montana on a warrant for failing to appear as a witness. He gets hauled back. He gets extradited to Los Angeles, where he is reportedly forced to testify in front of a grand jury in connection with David's case. I'm going to try to break down all the grand jury shenanigans as cleanly as possible. There's been so much discourse about, oh, because it wasn't a charging grand jury, it must mean that the DAs don't have enough evidence. There's a lot of discourse about it, and hopefully this clears up some of it. When we hear grand juries, typically what we picture is a charging grand jury. It's where the DA will present a structured case to the grand jurors. This is sealed. This is not public. You can't go and watch this happen. There's no judge in the room, no defense attorney, no defendant. Just the DA presenting their case to the jurors. They can bring in witnesses. They can bring in other people. I'm going to give an example. The target of our investigation is Chelsea. Chelsea, we think she stole her best friend's cat. Here are our witnesses. Her best friend's mom, her best friend, the neighbor who was an eyewitness saw her steal the cat. Here's our exhibits and all the elements of each proposed count that we want to bring on. Now please vote. Okay, Chelsea, you are now indicted with stealing a cat. Technically, that would never happen because stealing a cat in most jurisdictions would be considered a misdemeanor, and I think it would be highly unlikely for a grand jury indictment to be done over a misdemeanor. You get the point. This is just an example. In the federal system, essentially every federal felony begins with a grand jury. You need a grand jury indictment. That's what the feds do. That's not the case on a state level, like California. The choice is up to the DA, whether or not they want a grand jury indictment before arresting someone. So this is the way that it works. You can get a grand jury indictment and then arrest somebody. Or you can arrest someone and file a criminal complaint. But the most common method is you file a criminal complaint and then you arrest someone. So you don't need the grand jury indictment. I mean, that's what a lot of people picture, though, when they refer to a grand jury. It's a charging grand jury. The DA is here to get an indictment at the end. There's a different kind of grand jury. It's an investigative grand jury, and they cannot be the same. So you can't go in there and say, hey guys, I'm the DA. I'm going to start this off as an investigative grand jury, but then I might change my mind, and at the end, you guys get to vote on whether we indict. You can start another one, you can convene another one, but you can't do it in the same one. They use the same grand jurors, but the prosecutor, the DA, is not asking for a vote. They're just using the grand jury's subpoena power to investigate a case. So to give you some context, unless the police have a warrant, really at most, all they can do if you maybe saw Chelsea steal a cat is ask you politely to talk to them about what you saw. But you could also say no. But a grand jury compels you to testify. You have to come in and you have to answer these questions. Otherwise, you're going to be held in contempt of court, which is a crime, a felony. So now you are forced to come in and answer these questions. Another huge element is they're locking in testimonies. So it's not even just about forcing people to come in and testify.
So also,
Yes.
is that what happened to Neil? He refused to come to this grand jury.
Yes. Now, here's the thing, and this is going to get complicated later. We're going to do a whole deep dive into Neo in a second. But even if you don't show up, you're kind of taking the risk of maybe they're going to arrest you, maybe they're not.
So this arrest is not even like about, oh, he's guilty of anything related to the crime. It's just you refuse to talk to us. So,
But I think the arrest itself, people have been dissecting in terms of the LAPD going all the way to Montana to make this, or coordinating with Montana to make this arrest.
yeah.
It must mean that Neo knows something, or at least they thought he knows something. Maybe he doesn't know anything, they just thought so.
Yeah.
It's a lot of effort.
Yeah.
So that's the first one. You're bringing in people to testify because maybe they wouldn't otherwise. Then the second aspect of an investigative grand jury is you're locking in these testimonies. People are testifying under oath in front of the grand jurors. This transcript will always be there forever. And if the case goes to trial 2 years down the line, the prosecutor's defense, they can and will hold it against you and try to impeach you on the stand, even if you're the prosecutor's witness. So this is why prosecutors might want to bring in someone like Neo to testify. So to give you an idea, okay, let me explain. Let's say you saw Chelsea steal the cat. You're subpoenaed. You testified to the grand jurors. I saw her pick up the cat with both of her hands, and she put the cat in her backpack, and then she ran to the car. 2 years later, you're on the stand during the trial, and you tell the jurors, I saw her pick up the cat, and she was running with the cat to the car. The defense is going to try to impeach you. Did she have a backpack? You're like, no, I didn't see a backpack. They're like, oh, well, 2 years ago during the grand jury investigation, you stated, and she put the cat in her backpack. So do you not remember? Or did you see a backpack? You didn't see a backpack? Or like, you just don't care? Or did you even see her run to the car? Or sometimes it's for the prosecutors. So if you're friends with the target of the investigation, you might change your mind about what you said. It just could be human nature. And maybe you feel bad for Chelsea. 2 years later, you're on the stand at the trial and the prosecutors knew that you have a soft spot for Chelsea. And now you're on the stand and you say, I don't remember if she put the cat in her backpack. Honestly, I think the cat might have just walked with her to the car by itself. I don't remember her picking it up. I don't know. I can't tell you. They can technically impeach their own witness and say, no, you're lying. 2 years ago, you told us at the grand jury investigation that you saw her put the cat in her backpack. Don't lie now. So they're locking in these statements. So they're like, you can't go back on your word now. We're going to impeach you with this. And there's also the secrecy element. Grand jury proceedings are sealed, which means the target of the investigation, David in this case, will not learn what others have said until years later, if he's charged. Well, in this case, it won't be years later, but it'll be later. So he doesn't know what's being said while it's happening. It's not, you can't request the court transcript for grand jury investigations. And it keeps autopsy details, forensic findings sealed away from the public during the investigation. Basically, an investigative grand jury makes sense in this case when prosecutors want subpoena power. They want testimony under oath. They want people to come in that would never sit voluntarily, and they need to lock in their stories. A lot of netizens were initially concerned that an investigative grand jury meant that this was a weaker case for the prosecutors, just gauging based off the fact that they didn't have a charging grand jury. Thankfully, that is not the case. It's just what the DA decides to do to get what they want. They had 3 investigative grand juries, not to indict, but to investigate the target, David Anthony Burke, for murder. I'm going to run through the timeline. September 8th, 2025. There's a black Tesla sitting in the impound lot of Hollywood Tow. You guys know the story, but there's a little bit more that's come out since. The employees see flies circulating the frunk, and the smell emanating, they describe it as being foul. They call the police. LAPD Detective Clore, he opens up the front trunk of the Tesla, and he notices this large black zippered body bag with handles. It's very clear it's a cadaver bag. It's not just like a trash bag. It's not a laundry bag. It's a cadaver bag. The report reads, he partially opened the bag to reveal a human torso and the back of a head. The autopsy further states how the body was delivered to the ME's office, so we can kind of understand how the body was found in the trunk. Quote, I observed the decedent's posterior head and torso lying prone, so face down. So Celeste's torso and head were found face down in the body bag when you open the zipper. And her head was oriented towards the north. She appeared of indeterminate age and ethnicity with dark hair and natural teeth. She was wearing a tube top, underwear, and leggings and socks. I observed multiple holes in the front and back of the tube top. She was missing both arms above the elbows and both legs above the knees. Underneath the body bag was a black trash bag that contained the decedent's apparent compiled bilateral arms and legs. They appear to have been dismembered into several fragments. The decedent was in an advanced state of decomposition demonstrated by foul odor, discoloration, liquefaction, insect activity, partial skeletonization, and skin slippage. Side note, she couldn't even be fingerprinted because her fingers were waterlogged, which means through decomp and sitting there in that body bag, her fingers had soaked up so much fluid that the ridge pattern that is typically used for fingerprinting was useless for an ID. The report reads, the decedent was female and had dark hair with decomposition fluid and insect activity. Also, insect activity was observed on the body and the body bag. The body bag had a double zipper, 3 handles on each length side, and a handle on the top and bottom width end. The body bag took up most of the front space. Underneath in the trash bag were, quote, the trash bag was tied and contained with the dismembered arms. So the decedent's arms were cut and removed at the bicep, so above the elbow, under the shoulder. This is an interesting point that a lot of former medical examiners have been commenting on. Usually people in cases like this, where there's not a lot of medical knowledge, people will try dismemberment at joints, so elbows and shoulders.
Yeah.
The fact that that was not done is just interesting. I mean, I'm sure someone could psychologically break it apart, break it down. That person wouldn't be me, but they just noted it's interesting. So at the bicep, and the legs were cut twice, so severed above the knee, so around the thigh, and then below the knee, around the calf.
So is it like, again, through the...
Yeah, so not the joints, so not the knees, not the ankles. So the legs were in 4 separate pieces, and this autopsy was sealed until as of recent. This was presented to the grand jurors during the investigations, I'm sure. I mean, perhaps they received even more information, which would be likely, but the public autopsy does not indicate whether or not the dismemberment had clean cuts, how rough the cuts were. There's just a lot up for forensic debate. The report reads that on the right hand, on the inside of her right index finger, she has the sh tattoo, which David has been photographed with having a very similar tattoo, which that was like dug up.
SHHH on the finger.
Yes,
right?
like you would put your finger to your mouth and say shh, as in keep quiet. The report continues that her left eye is gone, and quote, the left ring and pinky fingers appear to have been mutilated, and I did not locate them during my scene examination. They're actually still missing. So her left ring finger and her pinky are still missing. Now, reportedly, Celeste had David's name tattooed on her left finger. I don't know if you remember, but there were pictures that were circulating on Discord where somebody was wearing what appeared to be almost like a promise ring, engagement ring, and then had David tattooed on there.
Yeah.
People were saying, oh, maybe that's Celeste, maybe that's Celeste. I mean, that was all up in the air for debate. It seems a little bit more solidified now, though we still can't confirm it 100%, but that's just what it appears to be. And now those 2 fingers are missing. That's in September. They have their first grand jury investigation, December of 2025, and then the third one, January of 2026. Then Thursday, April 16th, 2026. So this is 7 months and a week after finding Celeste's body in the Tesla, LAPD walk up this driveway and they are finally arresting David in a $3.5 million house in the Hollywood Hills. Not the house that David was living in when Celeste's body was found in his car. This is a new house.
Really?
That he's rented. And for the past 7 months, David more or less had gone radio silent. He was not publicly seen for months. A lot of people were actually under the impression that he had gone to Texas to be with his family after Celeste's body was identified. He canceled his tour. He didn't post on social media. He went dark. There were reports and rumors that he was active on Fortnite, that he was reviewing movies on a movie account, like rating system, but he doesn't publicly say anything. He's not caught by TMZ grocery shopping at Trader Joe's. He was apparently hiding out in a new rental in the Hollywood Hills for the past 7.5 months. A new house that apparently nobody knew he was hiding out in for the past 7.5 months. This house, there's a very private pool area with a cabana. It's 4-bed, 3-bath. It's a stunning house. Wow. It's in a very calm neighborhood, very close to the other house that he was living at when Celeste's body was found. Except on Thursday, this neighborhood was not so quiet. April 16th, 2026, one neighbor says she just hears on a loudspeaker, surrender. It's time to surrender, David. Time to surrender. She has no clue what's happening.
I heard someone on the megaphone saying, surrender, surrender, come out.
In fact, another neighbor releases video of David talking to the police who came to arrest him, and they're letting David know if he tries to run, they're going to release the canine dogs and he's going to get bit. To which David says, almost in this casual tone, I got you. I got you.
If you try to run or you try to resist, you will get hit with my lethal and get hurt. I got you.
He has to come out through the gate, but he also needs to keep his hands in the air. So he asks them, all right, so the gate is locked. Do I open the gate?
All right, so the gate is locked. You want to open the gate? Sir, open the gate.
He opens the gate at the police's instruction and he's promptly arrested. He is by all means cooperative in the arrest. He's wearing gray sweatpants, a black hoodie. He's escorted out of this Hollywood Hills house that he's staying in with his arms behind his back. He's taken to LAPD's 77th Street Community Police Station and booked in at 10:12 p.m. as inmate number 7221640 and is held without bail.
That's crazy. So you're saying that this is the first time people know that David lives in this house?
One neighbor later tells the news, We were surprised to learn David was living nearby. We never saw him.
We never saw him. We never saw anyone going in or out of his house. We actually assumed no one was living there.
Another neighbor says all of our neighbors were kind of in a group chat, and we were like,
This was kind of scary that we've been living around the corner from an accused murderer.
Is he living alone though?
it seems like it.
That's crazy. How does he even get food, or how did he even get in there at the first place? We don't know any of this.
No. Another neighbor, look, I don't know which neighbor is telling the truth. Perhaps one or some are mistaken. Maybe they're all telling the truth, but it's all kind of in the middle. But another neighbor says, well, I'm glad he's been arrested because there were parties at that house all the time.
One neighbor actually told me that he's relieved that there was an arrest because he said that there have often been parties at this home. I asked if he's heard parties here recently. He said it's an ongoing problem.
What?
He's like, it's been an ongoing problem for me. Now, we don't know if maybe one of the neighbors got confused about which house they're talking about. Maybe he was throwing parties. We don't know. I wouldn't be surprised, in my opinion, if he was throwing parties and people were showing up. But I just don't imagine that would not get posted on social media.
Yeah. Like TMZ would have picked that up in 2 seconds.
TMZ would be at the house party. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe he's mistaken. Maybe it's a different house, but it's the big question though is why now? And not that anybody is upset that he's getting arrested, but we also wanted this like 7 months ago. So why now?
It's a huge question about why it took authorities 7 months to arrest this man. The DNA evidence probably was gone because there was so much deterioration of the body. Plus, the authorities wanted to talk to lots of witnesses. That probably explains the gap.
We know that the DA's office did not get a grand jury indictment to arrest David. There was actually no criminal complaint filed before David's arrest, which means LAPD would have probable cause to arrest him, which makes people confused. Because, okay, so the way that it works is you get an indictment and then you arrest. That indictment means that you can arrest. The DA's office will file a criminal complaint. With that, the police are like, oh, now we can go arrest. The third way, which is the way that they did it, is the LAPD go in and they arrest. Now, for the LAPD to do that without an indictment or a criminal complaint, that means they need to have probable cause to arrest him. So that has people confused. Like, what probable cause do you have now, 7 months later, that you didn't have 7 months ago? One of the arresting officers says, we did the best we can to keep tabs on him, but once we developed probable cause to arrest him for murder, then we were on him pretty diligently. Which a lot of people are like, that makes it sound like you just got this probable cause. That this is not something that you've been sitting on for months because at that point you should have arrested him. So like, why didn't you have that months ago and suddenly you got it in April of this year? Netizens believe that maybe police received a new big piece of evidence they didn't have before. Maybe they received forensic testing back. Maybe they got a witness statement that could be verified. Or maybe they felt like David was going to flee the country because all of those would result in probable cause. It could be any and all of those things or none of those things really. I mean, the DA has been rather tight-lipped about why the process took so long. They were giving the expected answers. More on that in a second. But David is charged with count 1, first-degree murder with 3 special circumstances. The special circumstances means in the state of California, he could face the death penalty. That's up to the prosecutors to decide if that's the route that they want to take. And he only has to be found guilty of 1 of the special circumstances. The first special circumstance is lying in wait. So this is on top of the murder charge. Like murder charge, special circumstance. Meaning that they're trying to prove that David concealed his purpose, that he watched and he waited for the perfect opportunity to surprise attack and kill Celeste from a position of advantage. The second special circumstance is murder for financial gain, which this is exactly what it sounds like, but technically some legal experts believe that this is actually the weakest of the 3 special circumstances, mainly because of legal wording. Some legal experts believe that protecting pre-existing income might not qualify as financial gain. So they're saying like usually in legal situations, you're talking about killing someone for inheritance, an insurance payout, or a murder for hire payment, you're gaining financial gain. It might not apply to someone killing to prevent the loss of an already established income stream.
I see.
Though I think that could be easily debated with prosecutors presenting the fact that he's going on tour right after allegedly killing Celeste, and that would be a new income stream. He released a new album, which is a new income stream just days after they allege David killed Celeste, 2 days after his new album drops. And other cases have treated avoidance of loss as equivalent to acquisition of gain. So experts think that this will be the most litigated special circumstance, but I don't know. Then you have the special circumstance of murder of a witness, and this is where a lot of people have been getting confused. Allegedly, David intentionally killed Celeste for the purpose of preventing potential testimony in a criminal proceeding. So everyone just started running with it, and they were like, oh my God, Celeste had already gone to the police. Celeste had gone to the police, and she was a witness in the crime against her of him grooming her, essaying her, and then he needed to kill her to make sure that she's no longer a witness. That's not necessarily what the wording means. It just means that she is a witness to a crime that was committed against her. There's no way to verify as of right now that she had already gone to the police about it. But the wording, I think a lot of people were running with it like she had already gone to the police. Mm-hmm. He has also been charged with continuous sexual abuse of a child under 14. They are very specific about this charge. So the charge date is September 7th, 2023 to September 7th, 2024. So this is the exact year that she's 13 years old. Now, something to note is the prosecutors believe that this documented abuse will be from when Celeste was 13 all the way up until her death. So when she's 14 as well. They're like, oh yeah, he was abusing her when she was 14 too. But they only charge him for the time that she's 13. And that is highly intentional. So when the victim is under 14, it's going to make the case the most severe in the state of California. And also in the state of California, if a child is under 14, the prosecution does not have to disprove consent. Basically, based on California law, the victim's consent is not a defense to the crime of lewd and lascivious acts on a child under the age of 14 under any circumstance. So the defense, if they try to do, oh, the victim wanted this, initiated this, kept repeatedly coming back, was gaining financially from it, it doesn't matter because they're under 14. So the judge is going to say, oh, jury, ignore everything the defense is saying. Yeah. Also, the mistake of age is not a viable defense for this charge. So when someone is under 14, it doesn't matter even if this is true. It doesn't matter if the defendant is like, no, I swear and I have all the evidence that I thought she was 18. It literally doesn't matter. You can't use it as a defense. It doesn't matter. No matter how true it may be, even though I genuinely think that you can tell the age difference between someone who's 18 and 13. But even if you say the victim lied to you, doesn't matter. Again, I still think that you would have to be hit on the head a bunch of times to be deluded into believing that David didn't know Celeste's real age, but he won't be able to use this. Then count 3 is the unlawful mutilation of human remains. This is what a lot of people call the floor conviction. Even if they can't get David on the murder charge, which given the information being released thus far, I mean, albeit it is released by the prosecutors, it seems hard to imagine that they won't get him for the murder charge. But even if they don't, this is their floor conviction. They're probably, most definitely going to get him for this. And the prosecutors, they're going strong. The felony complaint reads that David, quote, with malice aforethought, murdered Celeste. It is further alleged that the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez was intentional and was carried out by the defendant, David Burke, for financial gain. It's further alleged that the defendant intentionally killed the victim by means of lying in wait. D.A. Hockman, this is the district attorney Hockman, he says,
these charges include the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring. That is first-degree murder with special circumstances. The special circumstances being lying in wait, committing this crime for financial gain, or murdering a witness in an investigation. These special circumstances carry with it, along with the first-degree murder charge, a maximum sentence of life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty.
He says, my description of these charges is not evidence that we are going to present in court. These charges, in fact, will not be evidence in the court. So this is just him legally saying, just because we charged him doesn't mean that's evidence.
Evidence will be the witness testimony, the documents, and different types of admissible testimony that we will admit into court in the prosecution, and if it leads to the eventual trial of Mr. Burke, to convince a jury of 12 people beyond a reasonable doubt that each and every one of these charges is true.
He later explains that, quote, there is physical evidence and there is forensic and digital evidence that we intend to present in court to prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Celeste was just a child under 14 years old when David Burke allegedly engaged in a repeated lewd and lascivious sexual relations with her, but David Burke's actions did not allegedly stop there. When she threatened to expose his criminal conduct and devastate his musical career, Burke allegedly murdered her, cut up her body, and stuffed her body in 2 bags that were placed in the front trunk of his car. There, the dismembered body sat for over 4 months, decomposing until it was found at a tow yard on September 8th, 2025. This horrific and gruesome murder committed by the charged sexual predator is shocking and appalling to Celeste's loved ones. We will get the justice you seek and deserve. By the time that you're seeing this, we are now heading into the preliminary hearing for David. And there's a lot more of the weird aspects about the preliminary hearing that we're going to get into later and what to expect and like why it's working out the way that it's working. But before that, the prosecutors have decided to drop a preliminary hearing brief. A prelim is what some people are calling it. It's formally called the People's Brief regarding preliminary hearing evidence, and it's almost like a narrative timeline of what the prosecutors believe happened to Celeste. And this is, by all means, kind of unusual. Usually prosecutors don't drop a brief before the preliminary hearing. Mm-hmm. It's it's not something they shouldn't do, it's just unusual. But let's dissect it. So we already know that September 8th, 2025, Celeste's body is found in the front trunk of David's Tesla. And we all know that it seems like she had been deceased for a long time, but nobody really knew the strong, firm timeline of when she could have passed. People were just saying, oh, one friend came out anonymously on Reddit and Discord and said this is the last time they heard from her. This is just like internet ramblings of us piecing together what we thought happened. The prosecutors are like, I'll give you the timeline. The court document reads, April 23rd, 2025 is the likely date of the victim's death and when all her cellular activity ceased. So she would have been deceased for about 5 months before her body is found. We are given more detail about when the two met. So January of 2022 is when the prosecutors believe this is 3 years before her death. Celeste is 11 years old. It goes on to state, they began a sexual relationship in November 2023 when the victim was just 13 years old and the defendant was 18 years old. We're going to focus more on that time period in a second, but we're just going to go over the other findings first. Prosecutors believe that Celeste is killed April 23rd, 2025. And the night before she's killed, so April 22nd, David and Celeste get into an argument over text messages. We don't have those exact text messages right now, but it appears those will probably be introduced into evidence and will probably be key pieces for motive. The brief reads, the messages reveal the victim's jealousy over defendant's relationship with other women, as defendant led her to believe that they had a future together. She became extremely upset and threatened to disclose damaging information about her relationship with the defendant to end his career and destroy his life. Defendant's first studio album was due to be released on April 25th. So these text messages are happening April 22nd. She's killed allegedly April 23rd. And his Withered album, this is actually his first studio album, debut studio album, is scheduled to be released April 25th.
Insane. And this still came out on the 25th?
Yes, and he went on tour for it. He had an emerging multi-million-dollar career already in progress. This is what the prosecutors state in their brief. He also had multiple product endorsements, which were highly profitable. So back to April 23rd. So April 22nd, it seems like they were arguing over text. She was jealous. I mean, these are the words that they choose to use, right? Over his relationship with other women, could be girls, could be minors, we don't know. April 23rd, pre-sale tickets for his Withered World Tour go on pre-sale. And this is the tour that he keeps bringing a casket to each of the tour locations. Remember, we covered that in the first 2 episodes? This is that tour. He even posts on TikTok, your prayers have finally been answered. My album drops tomorrow, which you probably have to go through the Reddit trenches to find this, or go through our first 2 videos. His TikTok has since been deactivated by TikTok after his arrest. That was around 5:53 that he posted that. The brief reads that at around 8:40 p.m., April 23rd, David sends Celeste an Uber to her family house in Lake Elsinore. That Uber is now going to take her, drive about an hour and a half, all the way from Lake Elsinore to David's house in the Hollywood Hills. And this ride was, by all means completed. So the prosecutors state that during this Uber ride, the two of them are communicating, I'm assuming texting. And eventually she's dropped off at his Hollywood Hills home at around 10:10 p.m. Now, the filing says, knowing he had to silence the victim before she ruined his music career as she had threatened, very soon after her arrival at his home, defendant stabbed the victim to death multiple times and stood by while she bled out. At no time did he call law enforcement or 911 or take her to an emergency room to attempt to save her life. He allegedly stabs her on the right abdomen, so injuring her liver. A second stab wound is on the left side of her chest with penetration of underlying intercostal space, and the second stab was in her left chest area. The autopsy reads there are 2 penetrating wounds of the torso with smooth edges that may represent sharp force injuries. So, everyone's thinking a knife, but they can't in the autopsy say a knife. They can't be that specific. Stood by while she bled out. That has been a huge topic of discussion online with people saying, oh, well, how could the prosecutors write that unless someone has proof of him doing that? Was a witness there? Did a witness come by and say, oh, he stood there and watched her bled out? Others are saying this wording has been misconstrued because people have been taking it, running with it and saying he watched her bleed out, which almost insinuates that he got off on her dying and he was just watching the life drain out of her. I will say something to note is it just seems like a narrative inference to emphasize that he did nothing to save her life. So I don't necessarily think that there was a witness, at least at this point, that saw it happen or heard that he did that. It seems narrative at this point. Now, the prosecutors seem to believe that after stabbing her, he sends her a message at approximately 10:30 p.m. So she arrives at the house, 10:10. This is 20 minutes later. He sends a text message to Celeste inquiring about where she is.
What time? 10:30?
Yeah, 10:30 p.m. So the people are saying, the people meaning the prosecutors, they're saying this is part of the defendant's premeditated plan to cover up the murder. Like, they believe she's already dead at this time. The filing further alleges, despite knowing she was dead and her family was trying to find her, the evidence will show the defendant lied and claimed he didn't know where she was. In fact, the defendant drove to Santa Barbara County immediately after the victim died, attempting to dispose of her property and destroy evidence. We know that he makes at least 3 trips to Santa Barbara after killing Celeste.
Santa Barbara is like hours away.
Yeah. Santa Barbara is really far.
About like a few hours, right?
Yeah. And I remember the drive is like there's a lot of isolated parts even to get from LA to Santa Barbara. Because we've made that drive before as well. And there's like lots of parts where there's not a lot of people, especially on the road that you're supposed to take. Yes.
He drove like that the same night?
Yeah. And then he drives like a few weeks later too. So he makes at least 3 separate trips. Santa Barbara, I think, is going to be a pretty big element in all of this, whether or not it's fruitful in finding items that the police need. I just think there's something in Santa Barbara. That's what a lot of people think. Because January of this year, Celeste's passport card was found in Santa Barbara off the highway. So this is before the arrest. And the phrasing in this document is, in fact, the defendant drove to Santa Barbara County immediately after the victim died, attempting to dispose of her property, so that could mean her ID, and destroy evidence. Is that just like clumped together, oh, her property is evidence, or could it be the murder weapon because that hasn't been found yet? What else do they think that he could have disposed out there? Could it be the missing left ring finger and pinky finger that have still yet to be found? Or is it just the passport ID card? Why did he make so many trips? At approximately 11:30 p.m. on April 23rd, 2025, he drives to Santa Barbara. So she arrives at 10:10, he texts her at 10:30, and then 11:30, he starts driving. He calls and texts Celeste's phone as he's driving, asking where she is. The prosecutors state, again, these were acts calculated and planned to set up his defense within a very short timeline after the victim's vicious murder. He gets home early the next morning, April 24th, 2025, and he does this quick radio interview for the release of his album. That's all the prosecutors give us, a radio interview. People have been dissecting it. So the Zach Sang Show interview comes out, but that was actually filmed early in April. I will say the date hasn't been confirmed, but it seems like it was not that interview because he talks about Coachella. He talks about going to Coachella. He talks about preparing for Coachella, which happened before.
I'm practicing new flips for Coachella. What? New flips. You're gonna flip? Yeah.
Then people have brought up a different interview, the Songwriter Universe interview. And I will say that he does sound really tired in it. It's like an 11-minute audio interview. He sounds exhausted.
Basically, it was a very, very unorthodox way of getting into music. I was never very musically inclined my entire life. I never really focused on music or had a drive or a passion for music.
Usually in interviews, he loves, like he gets off on explaining his creative process and being the most creative person in the room. But this interview, it just seems like he's, oh yeah, so I got my start in my sister's closet with my phone in BandLab, and I was just, this is how I started because I didn't want Fortnite to, I was getting copyrighted on my Fortnite streams, blah, 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 blah. It just seemed very less enthusiastic, less sidetracking thoughts, which usually he's a fan of. However, I will say there are parts in the interview where they say, oh, your album comes out later in April.
Right.
So that wording makes it, makes it sound like it's not.
Mm-hmm. So people haven't found the exact interview?
Mm-hmm. So we don't know exactly which radio interview this is. I'm sure we'll probably find out if this progresses to a trial, but around that time, so this is again, the day after killing Celeste, he does this radio interview and, quote, he sent 2 additional texts to the victim's phone that day, which obviously went unanswered because she was already dead. Again, I guess this is his way of trying to create some sort of alibi and excuse, but the crazy part is prosecutors allege after April 26th, defendant never attempted to contact her again. So he really only does this. He only puts up this ruse for like 3 days. The day after allegedly killing Celeste, he's doing the radio interview and he orders something on Postmates, which is basically Uber Eats. He orders a shovel from Home Depot. That same day, he apparently goes on a live stream. There's not a whole lot of clips online, but the timeline seems to match up to this day. But don't quote me on it. It's not confirmed. This is allegedly like 18 hours after allegedly killing Celeste, and he's just talking about his Fortnite locker. So with the release of his album, because he's been obsessed with Fortnite since day one, he did a song for Fortnite that you can use without copyright. Like, it was a whole thing. It was supposed to be a full circle moment, and Fortnite also released a locker that you could get, which has a bunch of David merch or David items that you could, now you can refund them if you purchase them, by the way. And the whole stream, he seemingly cannot stop blurting out words. Like, one person is just commenting, like, his energy is so strange because he's just rambling. It's like he's filling a word count.
What is he doing? Just
on Fortnite, he's like, look at my locker. Oh yeah, one day I'm gonna get a skin. Oh, that's my dream to get a skin. Yeah, I'm a furry. Like, he's literally just, it sounds like he's on drugs, I would say. He seems manic.
We get the skin, is gonna be a monumentous moment. Monumented moment. Yes, I'm so hyped, bro.
He seems, I don't know if it's the adrenaline high. I don't know if he's on drugs to push through. I don't know. Another person just comments, bear in mind, he just had his first album released. He just killed someone. He's probably on drugs. Guy's brain must have been going like 1,000,000 miles per hour. Another note, his energy is definitely off. At one point, he can't stop talking, probably to take any thoughts out of his brain. Another comment addresses people saying that David was feeling euphoric after killing Celeste. So a lot of people have interpreted this clip as like, look at him. He's on cloud 9. He's getting high from the kill. One comment writes, I feel like people really fetishize him as some sort of Ted Bundy type. It's probably anxiety and stimulants. Even if he felt like it was the perfect crime, everyone would have had some sort of anxiety. And that's not to humanize him, you know. It's apparently after this live stream that he attends an album release party held for him at the 100 Thieves compound. He's wearing sunglasses and he looks, at least from the outside perspective, completely normal. He's very smiley, as one would be expected to be for an album release party. He's thanking, he's hugging people. A few things that people noted is that he appears to be wearing a silver Hello Kitty bow ring on one finger. Some people suspect that it was Celeste.
It's kind of crazy that from that point on, everything is almost recorded to the public.
Documented, yeah.
It was live, and people were living through it with him without knowing what's going on.
There are points that he even uses words like dismemberment when he's discussing something else after the alleged date of the dismemberment. So there's just a lot that comes out online. And usually I try to be a little bit cautious and wary of tying things that people post online to exact state of minds, because I just feel like you get disproven so many times during the trial. Like, that wasn't even the timeline. There's just a lot up for debate. But I will say with this case, it gets harder and harder not to do it. Even his lyrics, usually I'm not big on like, oh guys, this is what his lyrics said, so it must mean he was planning it all along. But it's just there's so much overlap of weird coincidences, as well as the fact that he used her voice in some of his songs. But it's just, yeah, there's a lot. And in most of the pictures from the party, he has the palms of his hands faced away from the camera, or it's like balled up into fists. So there's one where he's holding his hands in the air in front of everybody, but his hands are balled up into fists, which makes people wonder if he had some sort of wound on the inner palm of his hand, because that is the most common spot for wounds if you are stabbing someone. It is very hard to stab someone without sustaining some sort of injury. Because of all the blood, there's usually some slippage of the knife, and that would be on the palm. More on the palm in a second. But soon after, according to the brief, he flies from LA to New York City. So the day after allegedly killing Celeste, he's doing an interview, he's on a live stream, he's going to an album release party, and then he's flying to New York City. The next day, he has a band lab and David pop up at Union Square. He's performing and he's singing his song Afterlife, which is on his new Withered album, at the band lab pop up. And we discussed this, but we didn't know the timeline. He breaks down crying mid-song. He's like singing Afterlife and he's crying.
Right. This was the day after?
2 days after.
Whoa. He was like on the ground, kneeling on the ground, right?
No, so that's the Houston concert that's coming up in like a few days. But this is him on this bar stool.
Uh-huh.
He's wearing his bonnet, his sunglasses, and he's like hunched over on his mic.
Wow, this is...
Notable lyrics for Afterlife include, "The devil told me you were good for me. My mother told me he would lie. What doesn't kill you waits for later. I thought a girl would make me happy. Real love is not for sale. I'm still by your side. I crossed it with you. And when I die, you're holding the knife. I'll love you even from the afterlife." It does appear that this song holds a lot of importance for him because in a previous Zach Sang interview, but this would have been filmed probably before Celeste died, Zach Sang is asking, so what stage of the withered, is dying? Withered is dying. So you're going into dust, but you're coming back again. Is that what I'm getting through these 14 records?
It's definitely like a resurrection type of thing. So, but by the end of the project, it's done. So that's why the last track is called Afterlife. That's like the final blow,
He says that he went through a lot to write this album.
In the process of, getting outside my house and exploring the world and finding friends, losing friends, finding relationships, losing relationships, it's just everything has kind of been shaping and leading up to this project in such a domino effect way. This album is my life. Like, Withered is my life. Petals to Thorns and Lost Petals are what I wanted my life to be, and then Withered is my life.
So he's talking about his mini EPs, the Petals to Thorns and Lost Petals. April 25th, 2025, he posts another TikTok where he writes, "My album is out, let's fucking go." And the caption reads, "No more side quests, you guys can't bully me anymore, ha 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 ha." And he's singing to one of his songs, "Is This Really Love?" Potentially relevant lyrics include, "Is this really love? You said you never meant to hurt me, but baby, I know this is how it goes. And if there is a world where you're not leaving, then darling, I need to know, is this really love? You may have called my bluff, but you've been acting up. Hating you ain't enough, I just want my love back." One thing people have found interesting is he keeps opening his hand, his right hand, like he keeps singing to "Is This Really Love?" and opening it like a hi. And there's this red cross on the palm of his hand. And in the center, it reads Jesus, but it's almost like a scribbly red temporary tattoo. Some people think that this temporary tattoo is covering up a scar because it just looks really bizarrely done. I will say that he does typically draw crosses on his hand, but in black ink. So this is at least the first time I've seen it in red ink with Jesus written on the inside. But also the fact that he keeps showing it to the camera, people thought was weird, that maybe he's trying to hide it in plain sight.
Interesting. Okay.
It could just be a temporary tattoo. Some netizens believe that he got this temporary tattoo before killing Celeste. So it's really hard to gauge the timeline because a lot of his stuff has been taken down. So you're kind of just going off of screenshots on Reddit that you're like, oh, well, this person is saying that it's that, so it must be that.
Mm-hmm.
So much work goes into starting a business that you're not entirely sure will work out, and it can be hard to make that leap of faith. That is why Shopify in your corner makes a huge difference. Shopify is your commerce expert, handling everything from inventory and shipping. And with hundreds of ready-to-use templates, Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style. Shopify isn't just about streamlining purchases. It's about making entrepreneurship accessible to everyone, regardless of technical background or business expertise or experience, which I had none of. Like when my family and I opened Grandpa Mango's art studio for a limited time, we were so unsure about everything. How can we make checkout safe for customers? How do we handle inventory with an online business? How do we know that we're not going to crash and burn and cry every single night? Shopify's always around to share advice with their award-winning 24/7 customer support. It's time to turn those what ifs into sales with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/rotten. Go to shopify.com/rotten. That's shopify.com/rotten. That same day, he posts another TikTok asking, what's your favorite song on my album so far? And it's a TikTok of him and his sister lip syncing to Is This Really Love? And in the caption, he writes, my favorites are Friend Again, Say It Back, and Ghost.
Wait, he has a sister too?
Yeah.
So you say he had a little brother?
He has a little brother, Caleb, and he has a little sister. And he would bring his little sister up on stage frequently.
How old?
During his tour. She looks to be about 10.
Oh my, wow.
And the only reason that I'm pointing out these lyrics now is he posted this a few days after Celeste allegedly was killed. So the fact that he's singling out these 3 songs, and most of the TikToks that he was posting in this point, he's really pushing the song Is This Really Love? All the TikToks, that's the song playing. He's reposting people using the song Is This Really Love? Now he says, Friend Again, Say It Back, and Ghost. I don't know if there's some sort of like obligation that you have to promote certain songs in an album, or if this is some sort of inner looking into his psyche at the time, but relevant lyrics for Friend Again include, think we should settle down, that's what I told her. I should have been bolder. She said, I'm not the one. I used to be her everything and now she doesn't answer me. I think I'm coming down, but it's not over. I'm losing my composure, letting you get to me. Good thing we're older now, but I still want her. Now you're lonely, you need company. Please don't call me. I won't be your friend again. Relevant and discussed lyrics for the song Say It Back include, I love you like I'm supposed to, but you don't say it back. You never say it back. So now I hate you and I hope it breaks you. I won't take it back. Talking to the walls inside my room, the voices in my head, girl. Relevant and discussed lyrics for Ghost read, oh, heaven or hell, we will meet. Lucky me, just to have met. Torture me, torture me, torture me, I can't forget. He might have you, but I've got your ghost, and we both know that's the real you. And God knows it's true, I love you the most, but we both know what I have to do. Eyes looking right through me, why can't I hear your heartbeat? Just a dream, don't wake me up. Make-believe fantasy, dance with me under the moon above. He states those are his 3 favorite tracks from the album. April 27th, he does an album release show in his hometown, Houston. He closes with Afterlife, and he apparently sings it back to back or like 3 times. Some people are saying it was back to back, just twice. Some people are saying it was 3 times. So take this with a grain of salt. But someone had commented, I was at his concert, the vibes were so off. Also, he sang his song Afterlife like 3 times at the end. This is where he's crying. He's like breaking down, singing Afterlife, just full on eyes closed, holding his chest. At one point, it appears that he's rocking back and forth almost, singing. And it looks like he's wearing the same bandana that Celeste was pictured in previously. Do you know which one I'm talking about? There's a picture where it's like her side profile from a party that was posted on Instagram. Mm-hmm. And she's wearing a bandana. He's wearing the same bandana. And yeah, I understand that hindsight is like a huge thing for cases like this, but there is a comment on TikTok. This is before Celeste's body is found in David's car. And it's a comment about his Afterlife performance in Houston. And the comment reads, I wonder what was on his mind. Did he really love the song or did someone he loved die? So they're saying like it just feels like something happened. And this is before Celeste's body is found. So this is not hindsight of like, oh, we knew it. This is his guilt showing through, which I'm saying these are valid comments, but this is like truly, this person did not know. Mm-hmm. Another comment reads, I think it's creepy to see him crying, performing like this, and he keeps looking into the crowd. So originally, before Celeste's body was found, a lot of people were using his Houston show as oh, this is David's I made it moment. So you know how people like to make edits of pop stars and singers being like, when's their I made it moment? Because he's looking out into the crowd, he's crying, he's emotional. This is his studio album being released. People are commenting, I think it's creepy because he's looking into the crowd like, this is what I did this for, because we now know she's threatened to end his career and ruin his life. It's almost as if he's singing and crying the lyrics and thinking about it in a way of like, you made me do this, why did you make me do this? While also feeling justified of what he did because he gets to continue to live his dreams. And this is, again, not the netizen being like, I agree with him, but they're thinking like, this is what he's probably thinking because he's sick and twisted. During the show, he brings his little sister on stage with him, and it seems like for the rest of the tour, he's spending a lot of time with his family. Whether that be because he's on tour and they want to support him, I'm sure that's part of it. Whether that he requested them be there with him as some sort of emotional support, it's unclear.
Who's in his family then?
I think his dad stayed back. His dad is an attorney. Yeah. Yeah, he works for Brown Rudnick, huge law firm. His dad is a civil litigator for...
David's dad?
Yeah, he's an attorney.
What?
Yeah, which is why a lot of people thought that he was so silent from the beginning, because you would expect someone his age that had been so reckless thus far to maybe make a reckless post online, but it seems like he got advice from his dad and shut up.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Brown Rudnick as well. So huge law firm, big law. And mom was a teacher. I don't know if she still is a teacher, but mom, brother, and sister are seen a lot on his TikToks throughout this tour, like going to Asia with him. It's very eerie to know that David's sister is probably closer in age to Celeste than he was. I mean, that's not insinuating anything. It's just netizens are saying, seeing him around his sister, knowing that Celeste was 11 when he started talking to her, it just gives you an idea of how young 11 is.
Yeah.
April 26, 2025, he posts on X lyrics to one of his songs, Where Did It Go Wrong? And this is very interesting because this is not a song that is on his Withered album. This is a song back from 2024. So he's just like, I don't know if he's feeling something about this song all of a sudden. And it's suspected that Celeste's voice is in the end of it. So a lot of people have been dissecting this one. Notable lyrics include, Where did it go wrong with you? I don't belong with you. It's a tragedy. I really thought you were meant for me. I guess you're not, and I can't believe you. I really want to leave you. How could you lie to me? Every kiss put a cavity between my lips. I really can't believe you. I don't want to see you. I've got to make up my mind, but I'm wasting time. I might die. I don't want to die. You give me bad luck. I can't take it no more. Baby, don't trip on me. Baby, why can't you see? And I don't mean to sound conceited, but I'm the reason you're still breathing. I wish I never met you. I even second guessed you, but I was in too deep. I can't leave. I couldn't let you walk away from everything. I thought you were everything. You told me I was special, girl, but that does not mean anything to me. It don't mean anything to me. And at the end, you hear what sounds like Celeste's voice saying, you were special, David.
You're special, David.
When I say it sounds like, it's not like a murmured, a girl's voice, but it kind of sounds like a hum. It's straight up a girl saying, you're special, David. It just, we don't know if it's Celeste, though it does sound like her. This song is back from 2024. So like I said, this is not part of his new album. But the caption just reads, 3 different flows in 60 seconds, man, I love music. Yeah. The next day, he's back to posting about the Withered album. By April 29th, he's in Brooklyn performing again, bringing his family on stage. April 30th, he's just spamming on Twitter. Petals to Thorns, Decay, Happy Indie, Alternative Rock, Summer, Empty the Clip, and I'm in Love. 11 p.m. 11 p.m. is a song. Now I know who the OGs are.
So he's not even home after this happened. He's like doing a whole tour everywhere.
Yeah, he's like back and forth.
Meanwhile, we don't know what's...
No, because especially this time, we know that the prosecutors believe that on or about May 5th is when he dismembered Celeste. So between April 23rd and May 5th, the 12 days, we don't know where she was. And he's just recording music. He's not even seemingly busy because he's like, oh, I'm going to re-record one of my old songs that never released called 11 p.m. Only the OGs know it. And then he drops a re-recording of him. And then he's like, oh, wait, actually, you guys told me the vocals aren't so high. So I'm going to do it a little bit deeper. And then he re-records it and posts it on Twitter. He like keeps posting these on Twitter.
In the 12 days?
Yeah, in between the 12 days. Now, the very next important day is the first week of May. It's a huge pivotal point for the prosecution. They state in their brief that May 1st, 2025, he gets a few Amazon deliveries. Body bag, laundry bags, inflatable pool, and 2 chainsaws. They're all delivered under the name Victoria Mendez. Now, there's a whole debate about whether or not David is dumb enough to believe that the fake name would throw investigators off. I actually think he's dumber than that. I tend not to believe that he was doing this for investigators. I tend to believe that he was so audacious that he didn't think that he was going to get caught at all. Because if I'm not mistaken, I don't know many people, especially maybe public figures, who order anything under their names. So I think that his Amazon account has always been Victoria Mendez. So I don't even think this was like him trying to be like, oh, I'm trying to be smart and no one's going to catch me. I don't even think that thought came across his mind. Like, I think that he genuinely thought no one would even look into Celeste being gone. So he orders these items with the name Victoria Mendez. I think that a huge part of him felt that because Celeste had been missing for a minute and had gone missing previously before, and it didn't seem like there was a huge police effort to find her, that she's just a missing child and he is the David going on tour. I think that might have been more close to his state of mind, in my opinion. So for most of the first week of May, he's relatively quiet on social media. Prosecutors believe that May 5th, 2025, 12 days later, he allegedly dismembers her body. The belief is that he set up the inflatable pool in the garage of this Hollywood Hills home. There is a drainage point in the center of the garage floor where he could have gotten rid of any fluid. Now, there's also debate on whether or not this inflatable pool had been inflated or not. So because the fact that we believe, or we're led to believe through this brief, that he used the chainsaws, some people have been arguing about whether there would be splatter on the walls of the garage. And if that were the case, which we've seen pictures of this garage being released, not from the police, but from the homeowner, there doesn't seem to be any sort of like visible blood splatter, though Luminol is going to say something differently. So, but if you're using a chainsaw, people are imagining that must have been a lot of blood splatter. So people are thinking maybe he inflated the pool. There's going to be a lot more on the pool in a second. But the felony complaint reads, on or about May 5th, 2025, in the county of Los Angeles, the crime of unlawful mutilation of human remains in violation of health and safety code was committed by David Anthony Burke. Court documents read, moreover, defendant took horrifying measures to destroy and discard the victim's body after placing her body into the blue inflatable pool to prevent her blood from spilling out onto his garage floor. Defendant used a chainsaw and perhaps other tools to cut off her limbs. Small blue plastic fragments were found embedded in the victim's remains, which were collected by the LA County's Medical Examiner's Department. The fragments were analyzed by the LAPD's Forensic Science Division Trace Analysis Unit. An expert was able to make a physical match from the blue fragments found inside of Celeste to the blue inflatable pool purchased by the defendant in May of 2025. In order to distance himself from the victim, he amputated her left ring finger and pinky fingers because her ring finger contained a tattoo of his name. Her fingers have not been recovered. Defendant then placed her head and torso into the cadaver bag he purchased. Then he placed her limbs into a garbage bag, which he deposited into the front trunk. So he put the garbage bags of limbs first and then the cadaver bag on top. For several weeks or possibly months, defendant left the victim's body to decompose inside his Tesla. That day of the alleged dismemberment, David apparently posts on social media on his Instagram page a story. It shows two pink skateboards. One of them is Kirby and the other one is Hello Kitty, which we know Celeste loved Hello Kitty. And he captions it, "Oh my God, chat, should I get?" Then a few days later, on May 8th, 2025, defendant returned to the same area in Santa Barbara County, leaving his home at around 11:30 p.m. He returned to the same area again on May 31st, 2025. So remember the day that he allegedly killed Celeste, he goes to Santa Barbara.
Yeah.
Then he goes 2 more days after the alleged dismemberment date. So some people think that maybe he took the shovel out there and he was trying to think of burying her entire body, or maybe he just buried her fingers. Those are speculations, obviously. But like, why did he go to Santa Barbara twice? We don't know. Twice at this point, 3 times in total. There's just a lot of questions to this. All we know for sure, at least as of right now, is he purchased these items. They were delivered to his address. Celeste was dismembered at some point. But why this date? Like, why May 5th? How did they settle on May 5th? I mean, they keep it a little vague and say on or about May 5th. But still, May 5th is very precise. It's not the first week of May.
Yeah.
You know, but also, where was her body for the 12 alleged days between him allegedly killing her and then allegedly dismembering her? More on this later because it's a huge point of contention. Some people are saying she was put in a freezer, like it's a whole thing. But a few days afterwards, May 13th, he's in Asia for his world tour. Starting in Malaysia, he brings his sister up on stage where he's singing Here With Me, one of his most notable songs. He continues to post videos of him and his sister and even his mom posting TikToks with the song Afterlife. May 17th, he posts a TikTok in cosplay and he's dancing along to his own song. And he's holding this pickaxe and a katana. And he starts stabbing, like air stabbing, while screaming out loud and staring into the camera. Which would just be like a little over a week after prosecutors believe Celeste was dismembered. And to even be able to go on camera as a joke after allegedly dismembering someone and to make stabbing motions, netizens think to some degree it seems like he gets off on knowing that he's going to get away with it. Some people think that he's trying too hard to almost hide in plain sight. Because maybe it's reverse psychology. Like you wouldn't think that a killer would do this. So maybe he's trying to get away with it by doing the things that we don't think a killer would do. Some people think that he is a Ted Bundy in the making. I mean, I think netizens' reactions are just all over the place with this part. But he doesn't seem particularly anxious. Yeah. And some people are saying, like, would he not want to project a soft image? Like, why wouldn't that be the plan? Like, he seems like why wouldn't he go this far?
Yeah.
The document continues. He lied to friends, business associates, and others who noticed the strong smell of decay in and around his home and vehicle. July 7th, so this is after the 4th of July party live stream. He orders a burn cage on Amazon to his house, again under a fake name, and the plan was...
What's a burn cage?
A burn cage, okay, so it doesn't appear to have been used, by the way, but it's a stainless steel container that has these little pockets to let in air, and you put a bunch of things that you want to incinerate in there, and then you light it on fire.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just for you to get rid of something?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a
what
burn
do people
cage.
usually get rid of?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
I would imagine probably mulch, like...
Okay.
Maybe not mulch, but yeah.
Is it huge or?
I would say it's big enough to fit things of substantial size in there. It's not going to be like a commercial burn cage. You can get them in different sizes, but this one I would say is maybe like from the pictures that the PI released later on, because the PI was hired by the homeowner. We're going to get there in a second, but maybe like a carry-on suitcase size, but wider, obviously, maybe thicker.
Okay.
More uniform. 2 days before ordering that, he's on TikTok with a blue bob wig that a lot of people, when this case first broke out, speculated of being Celeste's wig because she appears to have worn something similar before. Then another important date is July 29th. Prosecutors allege that he, David, was the last person to drive his Tesla July 29th. So nobody drives the Tesla from July 29th to like September. And they write, quote, before leaving on his concert tour at the end of July, he parked his Tesla on the street around the corner from his home. And he's on tour. He's doing interviews. He's dropping the deluxe. So he's preparing for the deluxe album of Withered. He posts 2 more songs, bonus tracks for Withered. He's performing on stage. He does an interview with Complex where he mentions that his phone got stolen. And he says, quote, yeah, I checked my location on my phone this morning and it's in China getting dismembered. Tragic.
Yeah, I checked my location on my other phone this morning. It's in China right now getting dismembered, so tragic.
So this is, again, after the date of the alleged dismemberment. July and August, he's heavily promoting all of his new songs. And from July to September, he's doing a lot of odd things on social media. And even from September up until his eventual arrest in April, there are things that people have been piecing together, thinking that he had this reviewing movie account on Letterboxd and was reviewing very specific types of movies. There have been people coming out to say, hey, look, I DM'd David, and he responded back after Celeste's body was found when he was basically in hiding. These are our DMs. And there's lots of theories about what exactly he did with, what was his plan? I mean, I think that's like a huge thing that people have been discussing because it just doesn't make sense. He was just going to leave Celeste in his Tesla for how long? Until forever? And just leave it parked on the street and do nothing? Like, people just don't understand what's happening. And I've tried to compile and break down the netizen theories into very clear to understand theories that people have formulated. In the 4th of July live stream that the Twitch streamer Sakura was filming, there's a moment. So the whole live stream, I'm just going to give you some context. This is the part of the live stream that people have been piecing together and clipping and posting. It's gone viral because a lot of people think that there's clues in there, foreshadowing. There's just a lot. But she is primarily getting ready in one of David's bathrooms. I don't think that this is his primary bathroom. There were a lot of people believing it was, because I watched like all 2 hours of it, and it seems like a secondary bathroom, because at one point Sakura is looking for Q-tips, and Asia, who's David's friend, who's also getting ready with her for this 4th of July party, is like, oh, I think there's Q-tips in David's bathroom.
Is there Q-tips in here? Q-tips? I think there's Q-tips in David's bathroom.
So this seems like maybe a guest bath. They're getting ready most of the time, and it's primarily just Sakura and Asia. Neo and David are kind of in and out of the bathroom. And then once they're done getting ready, they get changed, and Sakura orders food to the house, which she proceeds to eat in the bathroom. Now, a lot of people have like picked up on that, and they're making comments about that. I think it's just like a thing that streamers do because they don't want to set up too many frames. A lot of the video, they're also very stressed about doxing, of showing too much of the house where people find out exactly where the house is in the hills. So maybe it's just convenient. But she has her camera set up near the bathtub. She's sitting on the ground. Neo comes in and is sitting next to her. She eats. David apologizes for the smell, and she's like, don't worry about it. I also took a shit.
Oh, yeah, I apologize in advance for the way my bathroom smelled. I took a shit in there like 2 hours ago.
I don't care. I just took a shit.
Another one? Type shit. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Yep. I had to go.
And then eventually she leaves her phone, and she just leaves. So she's like, oh, I gotta go do something. She leaves the live stream. There's people still watching. David and Neo are now standing there. And netizens say David starts looking a little concerned. And he's like, where did they go? Where did they go? And Neo responds, oh, they went to the bathroom. And David looks behind him, where there's a water closet in the bathroom, like a toilet in there. And he's like, there's a toilet right there.
Entertainment shop.
Shit, I got y'all. Let's get it, y'all. They were in the bathroom.
There's a toilet right there.
Yeah, but like, wow, no, we're not.
And then David kind of blinks, and he walks out, and you can hear him instructing them which bathroom to use.
All of us in here, just hearing.
Pissing stream.
No, go to the one.
Now, I don't necessarily think that there is a body in the house at that point, because that would be incredibly ballsy. But maybe there's places where there could be evidence of something, is what most netizens believe.
The prosecutor said the body has been in the car.
Yes. So it doesn't seem like the body is in the house, which
Right.
some people were speculating, like, oh, what if he was keeping her body in one of the rooms? I think that would have been incredibly ballsy. I don't think risky. I don't think that he would have done that. Now, he walks out, instructs them on the specific bathroom, and throughout the stream, you're going to hear them reference a woman named Celeste, who is also there during the live stream.
Welcome, Celeste. Celeste is right here, but she doesn't want to be in stream because she's weird. Celeste, a lot of things you think you can say, don't say.
And at first, people thought this was proof that a lot of live streamers knew about Celeste, right? Because they're like, oh, Celeste is here, but she doesn't want to be on camera. Neo keeps saying, like, Celeste is here, but she doesn't want to be on the stream. People thought it was the Celeste, but it's not, because at this point, she would be deceased. Now, Celeste Herrera is the one that they're talking about. And if you remember the original 2 videos that we made, there is an older Celeste, an of-age Celeste, that was commonly referred to as decoy Celeste. Netizens felt like David brought this of-age Celeste into his life so that when people ask about Celeste, he can say, oh, you guys are getting confused. I never dated this minor named Celeste. I was dating this girl named Celeste, and she's an adult. And some people say that she even looks similar to the real Celeste, though I don't know if that's true. People think that this was his way of causing confusion about who was really with him at these concerts and at these events. But there's this very interesting moment where David takes the live stream camera. He's holding it around like he's almost like a selfie video, right? But it's a live stream. And he turns to the side and shows Celeste, who has not wanted to be on camera this entire time. And everyone's been like, oh, Celeste's here, but she doesn't want to be on camera. Celeste is here, but she doesn't want to be on camera. He picks it up and intentionally shows her, or at least in my feeling, it feels intentional. And he goes, ooh, sorry. And she's like, what the heck?
Oh!
Sorry.
Excuse me.
That was the end of the action?
Yeah. But it almost seems like he's doing it to be like, oh, well, there's a missing girl named Celeste that I have ties to, so I'm showing everyone it's not that person. It's just like a really weird moment.
Really weird.
Yeah. One of the girls this is another point of the live stream that has been picked apart. One of the girls tells David that he needs to get the bug spray because there's little spiders everywhere, to which he calmly responds, "Oh, for real?" They ask her and she responds that it's not the oval ones.
David, you need to get bug sprayed. There's little spiders everywhere.
That's what it sounds like she's saying. Now, some netizens believe that oval ones, she could be referencing maggots, but I don't know if that's like a common way that someone would refer to oval ones. Oh, it's bugs, but they're not the oval one. I think it would be very hard to not be able to clearly, distinctly differentiate between spiders and maggots. So that's also weird. I guess she could be referring to American house spiders, which are like a little more oval in shape. But that's also weird to differentiate. Like when you see spiders in someone's house, you're not going to be like, oh, it's this subspecies of spiders, the American house spider that I'm finding in your house.
So what do you think? Why they?
We don't know, but it seems like there's lots of bugs in the house. Maybe even different types of bugs. And you can hear someone saying like, oh, there's, a bug spray near the staircase railing. So it seems like there's bug spray readily available. Now, I will say that spiders are very attracted to decomposing bodies. They're not attracted in the sense that maggots are. Maggots will actually feast off of decomposing flesh. Spiders feast off of maggots and flies. So they're not attracted to the body itself, but they are predators of what the body attracts. So, but I also know that just from the live stream footage and clips, he seems like he likes to live in disarray. There's food and trash everywhere. So I don't know. Then at one point, people say that you can hear David and Neo having a separate conversation in the background. And this is where people point the finger a lot at Neo, but Neo, it sounds like he's saying, oh, I forgot. And it sounds like David is saying something like, oh, you forgot about the car, huh? Wow, son.
I'm just gonna cover the can. I didn't do that.
Now, some people are insinuating that this is, oh, Neo knows that he needs to move the Tesla and he forgot to move the Tesla and David is upset. And this is maybe when they first started moving the Tesla. But I will say it maybe could also be referencing an Uber because pretty quickly after that conversation, they go outside and get into a car to go to the 4th of July party. So it could be that. And I don't know. Now, there's another part that even people like Nancy Grace have been showing on her channel, which it's Asia and Sakura are in the bathroom getting ready. And in the background, you can hear the other Celeste talking, and it sounds, they put subtitles, right? And it's like, oh, what happened to the other Celeste? We killed her.
It's kind of giving Harley Quinn. Okay. Aw, cute. I like it. And then, wait, what is this?
I don't think at all that that's what they're saying because first of all, you cannot, if someone says that they can matter of fact for certain say this is what they're saying, I think they're lying because you really cannot decipher anything. I think with added subtitles, our brain does the weird thing where we're like, oh yeah, totally, that's what I hear. But you really cannot hear it. And second of all, I don't think that they're that dumb. I think David is dumb. I don't think he's that dumb. Because he does make effort to hide this. So he's not going to suddenly be like, you know what, everyone, let me just tell you what happened. Then August 12th, 2025, less than a month before Celeste's body is found, he posts that he made a new song about like 5 minutes ago and he thinks it's beautiful. So he posted on Twitter. And again, I think that this is relevant because I do believe, and a lot of legal experts believe, that his lyrics are going to be, they're going to try to bring it into court. I don't know if they're going to get away with it in the state of California. I think that Lil Durk, there's something happening with another musician, Lil Durk, who Brian Steele is representing. If you guys remember him from Young Thug, Sean Combs, but this has been like a huge thing all across the states of trying to get lyrics in. But this is written after the alleged killing and dismemberment. So it's maybe holds even more importance. But the song is called Favorite. And it has since started making its rounds as people think that it sounds like Celeste's point of view in their relationship. The lyrics read, "Can you feel the weight on you? I'm running away from you. I'm hiding my face from you. I needed some space from you. I'm bleeding out and my blood stained your clothes. Would you let me die on you?" Again, this is a song that he allegedly wrote 4 months after allegedly killing Celeste. He could have lied about it. He could have written it 2 years ago, right? But this is what he claims. The rest of the lyrics read, "I can travel all night to you, no matter the distance. I'm still waiting for the day when I become your favorite, but I can see it on your face. You're in love with my replacement."
Whoa.
Then August 15th, 2025, he writes, 2 new songs, Home and Friends, are on my archive. Now, these are not bonus tracks to Withered. These are not on the deluxe album. Netizens think that this time frame of writing and releasing songs is, again, could be more heavily analyzed because this is maybe his psyche, maybe his creative expression after the killing. Notable lyrics to Home read, no matter where I go, you still feel like home. Can't you see that I'm in pain? When I needed you the most, I started writing songs about you. Wish I had my arms around you. I was lost until I found you. Sometimes I feel like I'm drowning. Every single day I'm trying to find my peace, but I can't cope. Notable lyrics for Friends include, baby, would you lie for me? Would you die for me? Would you put yourself on the front line for me? Do it all, but don't you dare say goodbye to me. There is a TikTok in August of David showing off a cut finger, which everyone at the time assumed it to be anime related. However, now people are wondering if this is Celeste's real finger, which I don't think is true at all. It actually does look like the finger prop of one of the famous, like the Sukuna finger props. It's a very famous anime. It's like a fake anime finger. But the Sukuna finger prop, people have been now dissecting the meaning of it because it's from Jujutsu Kaisen. I've never seen it or read it, but it's they have Sukuna fingers in the series, where Sukuna fingers are the severed, mummified remains of the King of Curses. So the King of Curses decided that he was going to divvy up his souls into 20 of his severed fingers and make them these indestructible cursed objects. And when you collect all 20 of them, he can be like reincarnated or something like that. The fingers are volatile objects that attract other cursed spirits. You can't destroy a finger. You can try to suppress it. You can eat the finger, but that would lead you to becoming a finger vessel, a soul vessel. There's like a whole lot to this that I think it would take me quite a bit of time to really dive into accurately, though I'm not sure it really even holds much importance to the case. Just some needed context. If you're going into the thick trenches of this internet discourse for this case, people think that maybe he kept the finger because it represents a soul, and he seems like the type, and I'm not saying that this is true, but he seems like the type to believe in the Illuminati and sacrifices and self-importance of, oh, if I keep this, it'll protect me from getting caught. But I don't think it's the finger. But there is a finger in that TikTok. September 4th, 2025, he announces his Crocs ad on Twitter. This is huge. September 7th, 2025, he posts on Twitter, Withered Deluxe Marcescence out September 19th, featuring Malcolm Todd, Keshi, Hyunjin, Julia Wolf, Hannah Bang, and Realist K. A lot of people have been dissecting the meaning of marcescence, which is the word that describes the phenomenon where during the winter, some trees will hold on to their withered leaves. So most trees will shed all their leaves until they're just branches. But there are some trees that won't. They'll just like hold on to the dead, shriveled up leaves. And throughout the winter, it just becomes more and more tattered by the elements. And like no one knows why the trees do this. People who study trees don't know why the trees do this. It could be that they shed the leaves later in spring. So the new leaves come out and the old leaves eventually fall in spring, not winter. And the new dropping of the old leaves becomes nutrition for the tree, spring. So it's like they're waiting to use it in spring if they're in an area where there's not as much nutrients in the soil. It's like a whole thing. Some people think, oh, it's because it prevents deer from scavenging on the tree if there's withered old leaves on it during the wintertime when the tree is like the most vulnerable. So there's like a whole lot of theories. It's like a phenomenon, right? But the fact that people think it's a weird thing to name the deluxe album.
I see.
Because it's also not a common word. It's also
yeah.
not a common phenomenon that really anybody knew about unless you have a really strong liking for trees. And for the past 7 months, so after that, Celeste's body is found before his deluxe album really drops. And for the past 7 months, David has been free. And nobody's really heard from him. There are rumors that he was watching movies with a Letterboxd account. Others are saying that he was on Fortnite, but nobody really knew where he was or what he was doing. There are alleged DMs between him and another artist by the name of Caden, with Caden DMing David October 15th, 2025, a month after Celeste's body is found in David's car. So Caden released these to a TikToker and was like, yeah, I was talking to him. And like, I don't know why Caden is even messaging David, but he messages David in October. Celeste's body has been found. I pray it's all just misinformation. The internet sucks. To which David responds, really does. So much twisted and fake. I'm sorry, dude. God bless you, twin. Keep going with your music and don't stop for nothing. That's David. Thank you, gang. I'll never forget you helped me so much with the band lab shit. Big inspo, bro. Hope you're staying safe. For real, man. Love you. Then notably, December 18th, 2025, he messages David once more writing, I know you're innocent, bro, but like, why can't the world know? These people are stupid. I do think that Caden Nice has since changed his mind up about all of this, but
what even prompted for him to say that?
yeah, and I don't think these DMs are doing him any favors. David responds, haha, with all humility, I would phrase it as mere ignorance rather than unintelligence. Trust in God, my friend. How is your journey into faith going? Yeah, David starts recommending him certain verses. He says that after reading all, like the books that cover all of Jesus's life up until his death, quote, then after that, read Psalms and Proverbs, which is basically the motivational part of the Bible that teaches you how to pray. Bible is confusing, but if you read it in that order, it starts to make sense. Reading it in chronological order is tricky, LMAO. Damn, dude, thank you. Bro, of course, my goat. When people stop stalking my Instagram followers to make conspiracy theories, I gotta follow you back. Crying emoji. Which, I mean, he seems like if these are real and legitimate, it seems like he is, to some degree, keeping up with all of the internet discourse about him, obviously. Later in January, they're still talking and discussing movies, which David responds, Prestige and Gone Girl, insanely frustrating endings. Hey, sometimes those are the best endings to a story. I really liked how Twinless ended. So these are all movies that people have been breaking down of, they'll have like some sort of murderous intent to them. But I don't necessarily know if they're going to hold any value. But later in March, Caden wishes David a happy birthday, to which he responds, thank you, brother. A month later, David is arrested. But the fact that he's still responding to this person on Instagram DMs, he's checking his Instagram account. He's likely reading what's been happening in the news cycle involving him. Like, what is he doing? And a big question in all of this is, what the hell was his original plan to even begin with? He allegedly kills Celeste, and then what? He allegedly goes through with the very gruesome and dangerous task of dismembering her body for the purpose of concealment, all to just leave her in his car that he parks outside his rental house in a city like LA where street cleaning schedules, parking tickets, towing is fucking rampant. Like, while he goes out on tour, it doesn't make any sense, which is not to say that he didn't do it, but rather, if he did, what's the plan? What's the plan? Eventually, it would come back to him because Celeste remains, even if they weren't found, at some point, they would have looked into him, no? So the preliminary brief that the prosecutors dropped, they detail another thing that's happened. They believe that David met Celeste back in January 2022, which is when she would have been 11. He starts allegedly grooming her, violating her November of 2023. And I will say that a lot of people have been using the word relationship in reference to what was happening, even though charges have been filed. I think that's just a legal thing. I think because a lot of people are trying to stay as close to quoting the prosecutor's brief to legally protect themselves. But I do understand that relationship is not exactly the word that I would personally use. But anyway, he starts allegedly grooming and violating Celeste. November of 2023, she's 13, he's 18. Within months of what could be, again, grooming, she goes missing. Her family report her missing February and April of 2024. So this is almost like exactly a year before she passes. They report this to the Riverside County Sheriff's Department, so not the LAPD, because that's where Celeste lives. And RCSD, they pull up Celeste's phone records and notice that she's been communicating with a very specific number. They call it's David. During this call, he's just informing the officers. I probably spoke to her last like February 13th, 14th, like Valentine's Day. But he states that he was not aware that she's a minor, let alone the fact that she's been reported missing. So back in 2024, he's like, I didn't know she's a minor.
Wow.
RCSD tell him, okay, well, we don't care because we're going to send the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department to your house because that's just what we have to do. The report reads that the LASD, this Sheriff's Department, comes to the house at around 8:15 p.m. This is the previous rental house. I don't know if you care to know this, but it's not the one where her body was found outside, right? Letting David know, they're like, hey, we're looking for a 13-year-old girl, a runaway. That's how they describe her in the documents. And he's claiming, I had no idea she was 13. I had no idea she was a minor. I only met her one time back in November of last year in 2023. So, like, I talked to her last maybe like a few days ago, but I have not seen her. Like, I haven't seen her since. I met her one time. But for whatever reason, David is like, hey, officers, do you want to see a picture of Celeste? And out of all the possible photos, and again, the document does not list what year, if it was photoshopped, but he just like pulls up a yearbook photo of Celeste. Now, I think that this is a yearbook photo that does not show the graduating class or like what age she is, because clearly that would not line up with his lie of like, I didn't know she was 13. But he just shows them the yearbook photo. Very odd photo. And also, why would you have somebody's yearbook photo after you just met them one time?
Yeah, that's fucking weird.
Nevertheless, the court document reads, although he claimed to be unaware of where the victim was at the time, she returned home 2 days later. So 2 days after the LA Sheriff's Department goes to his house, she goes back home, which seems very convenient. And if there was any grace for David, it seems like it ends here because court documents read, despite being informed by law enforcement the victim was only 13, defendant continued to pursue her. So this is like the grace would end here. The whole I didn't know her age lie would end here. And that's the first time she goes missing, which is kind of deplorable when you think that she goes missing again in April of 2025 and the police never went to go check up on David before her body is found. Like they never went to go question him. Court document states, throughout 2024, the victim spent a significant amount of time with defendant, including summer weekends at his home in the Hollywood Hills and traveling with him to Las Vegas, London, and Texas to meet his family. Yeah, more on that later. More on London and Texas are going to be very important. But sometime November 2024, investigators put together through their text messages that they keep breaking up. Like they end up in that it's like a rough area. And breaking up is obviously not the correct word, but you get what I'm saying. They're still communicating, but quote, text messages suggest they also continue to have sexual relations, but it just seems very rocky. And there's clearly a lot of people that know about this too, because when Celeste goes missing the first time in 2024 and police had shown up to David's house, it said that her parents took away her phone when she comes back. So the first time she goes missing, a year before her death, she comes back home, they take away her phone. But according to court documents, defendant drove to Lake Elsinore and paid a junior high school student in the victim's class $1,000 to give the victim a cell phone defendant purchased so they could stay in contact. Do you guys remember the photo of David in Lake Elsinore?
Yes.
With like a bunch of kids?
That's it?
People think it's that. Now, there's no confirmation because people haven't, I mean, the prosecutors probably have confirmation, but he was like allegedly giving these young kids raising canes and money.
Yeah. See, that was at first you were like, okay, we don't know what really is happening.
Yeah.
But knowing this, it feels even worse.
Yeah. It just seems like a lot of people knew what was going on. Even the teacher that came out, remember? The teacher was like, oh yeah, I taught her. And then she met this rapper in LA. Those are his words. He came and got her. She ran away from home. She was gone for like a month. The cops found her in Hollywood, brought her back to our school. She came back to our school, kind of, told people the story. She disappeared again. Like these are his direct quotes.
She's been missing since I taught her. So when I taught her, she met this dude on social media. He was a rapper in LA. He came and got her. She ran away from home. She was gone for like a month. The cops found her in Hollywood, brought her back to our school. She came back to our school, kind of told people this story. She disappeared again.
Again, this just goes to show a lot of people knew what was going on to some degree. And then remember the February 26, 2024, there was a comment left on David's TikTok that read, waiting for LAPD to get your ass for messing with a 13-year-old girl. This was around the time that she goes missing the first time. Then on Discord, there was a comment that was from August of 2024 that reads, drop the one with the missing girl Celeste Rivas Hernandez, in reference to the song. Netizens think that either the kids at Celeste's school knew about it and were blackmailing him, because that seems to be a huge theory, or that he was paying kids to buy a phone for Celeste and giving them money to keep quiet so that he could continue talking to her. This just doesn't seem like a very well-kept secret, what he was doing to Celeste. It seems like a lot of people to some degree had some sort of inkling of what was happening. So what was the plan? It makes such little sense that people have started to circulate conspiracies online that David didn't get rid of Celeste's remains because he was keeping her as a trophy, to live out some sort of sick fantasy of having a sacrifice for fame, which I don't think is the case, but I will briefly cover some of the discourse. A lot of it stems from a manga. David mentioned in an interview previously that he likes this manga where there's a detective who is investigating a string of murders. He's committing those murders. He just doesn't know it yet. So he's committing the murders and then he's investigating it, and based off the description, that manga seems to be MPD Psycho, multiple personality disorder psycho, which, I mean, obviously the name is problematic in and of itself, but it's about a detective who is investigating a serial killer who has a penchant for dismembering their victims. That is their typical MO. The serial killer eventually sends the detective an icebox with another victim's torso and head. So the limbs have been amputated. The legs and arms are gone. Just the torso and head, which is, I guess people are saying it's equating to how Celeste was similarly found. The detective opens it up. It's his girlfriend who is still somehow alive during all of this. The detective hunts down the killer, kills him, and this is where he develops DID. He serves his time in prison. He's released, but then he realizes that that was him all along. It's just like this very complicated, multi-seasonal show manga. He starts working for this PI company where he realizes that on his left eye, there's this barcode that has been tattooed on under the eyelid. He learns that there's this whole organization that tattoos the left eyes of serial killers, which is how he finds out that he must have killed before. That leads him to believe that maybe he's always had alters since his childhood. In the anime, the left eye, known as the barcode, is almost the identifying soul of the person. That has been a big point of contention for netizens, and just to give you context, when they found Celeste's head, the autopsy read, the head is partially skeletonized with an absent left eye. The right eye is still there. Now, side note, some believe the left eye as being intentionally gone, because in the autopsy, it says that the left eye is absent. It doesn't say that it was partially consumed or that it had liquefied. That has led a lot of people, including even big public figures like Nancy Grace, to speculate that that eye was intentionally taken. I will say it is known that during decomposition, the eyes can collapse inside the sockets, and there's multiple different species and types of insects with high insect activity found in the body bag. So I will say it seems highly likely that it was just fully consumed by maggots. But some people have been using that element to bolster the theory that maybe he was recreating this manga when he allegedly killed Celeste. Because I will say he does seem heavily interested in Japanese culture and manga. He even had his own alter ego he called Itami that we talked about in the previous episodes. In an interview, he talks about how Itami is the Japanese word for pain. It's the villain of his album. He's the one making me withered and feel all these emotions like grief and confusion. He's the one that is weaving his way into my relationships and ruining them and inducing trauma and things like that. You see him in the music videos and stuff, so he's basically the agent of chaos in this scenario.
So is Itami attached to this album? And that's Japanese for pain.
Absolutely, yeah. Itami is the villain of this album. He's the one that is weaving his way into my relationships and ruining them and inducing trauma and things like that. You see him in the music videos and stuff. So he's basically the agent of chaos in this scenario.
Which, in a previous interview, he states that Itami is a character that he has been ideating on for a really long time.
The story of the manga went like I was a detective and there was an evil version of myself that would kind of come out at random moments, kind of like Fight Club with Tyler Durden. And he would commit the crimes that I would have to solve as the detective.
Basically ripping off MPD Psycho. So like when I was a detective, I'd be solving murders that I'm committing myself. Netizens think that he might have been too into it. And again, this doesn't mean that he doesn't know right from wrong, but these are just some coincidences I guess people have been picking up. I don't personally subscribe to this whole like sacrifice theory, but I think it's just up for debate. The last concert before her body is found, he's also seen wearing a 97 shirt on stage. 9/7 being September 7th, which is Celeste's birthday. Could be a coincidence, but netizens say that he likes the meaning of numbers. He uses the number 4 in his name, which means dead, but...
Oh, is that why?
I don't know. He kind of insinuated in previous interviews that he does it to be unique. Like he just thought it was cool. But some people are using it as like, see, he really cares about numbers. So he's wearing this 97 shirt. It must have meant something. In an interview that's released later in May, he's asked, as for if he would do anything differently with his album, Heartbreak, experiencing heartbreak, writing through it, he responds, everything, especially the mistakes in the music that I made and all the artistic flaws that I've had in the process of me building a great album have been important and kind of needed for this entire process. So I wouldn't give myself any other advice than just, I wouldn't change anything, because if I did, then it wouldn't be an album. There would be no progression and any evolution and maturity. So keep everything the same. It seems like this is after he allegedly killed Celeste. So he's saying, I would keep everything the same, which isn't really necessarily an admission of guilt, but it's just an interesting thing to note. Then there's the issue with the 2 fingers being missing. So the 2 fingers being missing, I've seen this theory circulate quite frequently, is, the left ring finger, prosecutors believe that the David tattoo was on Celeste's left ring finger. Now, I will say it would be very tricky for him to just cut the ring finger, so that's probably why the pinky is also missing. But people have kind of taken this and made it something bigger. Some think that it's the Japanese tradition of atonement and remorse for the pinky finger. It's dated back to the Yakuza days. So back then, when the Yakuzas were heavily around, they would cut off a tip of their own pinky as atonement, as remorse. It's almost like this is how you ask for forgiveness. Or when there were Yakuza wars, they would cut off the remaining people who are now going into their Yakuza. So like, let's say Yakuza A takes over Yakuza B. Members of Yakuza B would have their pinky finger taken off because it's very hard to hold a sword, a katana, if you have your pinky finger chopped or like severed, because it'll slip out when you're fighting. But I don't know. I mean, I think that it genuinely just seems like logistically it would be very hard to take the ring finger without the pinky finger, so he just took it both. It might be easier that way. But where is it? We don't know. If he did keep the fingers as a trophy, wouldn't the police have found them? Would he dispose of them after the body was found? But that would be very risky because I'm sure the police are watching his every move. Was it before the body was found? And if then, is it in Santa Barbara? One person writes, the current theory that David kept Celeste's 2 fingers as a trophy makes me hesitate. I work in medical psych. He just sounds like a narcissistic kid, not a genius. I honestly think he took them to Santa Barbara and launched them off a cliff or into the woods. That's it. I think his thought process was, now no one will know we knew each other, because he's a complete dipshit, not a mastermind. People want him to be this deep, calculating killer. His lyrics were all the same and they were basic. The way he spoke in interviews sounded like a high schooler who just discovered new words he could use. He's not that guy. And honestly, if he actually kept them as a trophy, we would already know, because at some point in some video, they'd be sitting in the background or hinted at, because any attention is good attention to someone like him, and he can't help himself. He's not intelligent. He's just a moron who thought he could get away with it. So if he's not keeping Celeste's remains as a sacrifice or some sort of sick trophy, what was his plan? One person theorizes, I think he put her body in his trunk intending to dispose of it, but after the nasty work of dismembering, her being in the trunk felt gone enough that avoidance kicked in. He meant to dispose of her, but at any given moment, it was easier to just pretend the problem didn't exist. He had other cars to drive, plenty of friends and activities to distract him. Maybe he hadn't settled on a spot he felt confident about. Plus, once the body is out of his hands, he can't control the situation. A random body out in the woods or in the desert, dug up by animals, may not be reported in the news, and he may have no idea she's been found. In his trunk, he stays in control, or so he thinks. Days turns into weeks, turns into months, and then nothing bad happens. Just a few parking tickets, no big deal. I mean, they haven't towed the car yet. Why would they now? The murder victim in it becomes easier to ignore each day, especially with the album dropping and the upcoming tour to think about. The smell isn't so bad, right? People probably think it's roadkill somewhere before the breeze carries it away, right? One person comments about the smell. I don't know. I smelled a dead body after just a few days. It was summer in a hot apartment and I had to throw out my clothes and scrub myself raw in the shower because that shit permeates your nostrils. We also don't know when the body was moved to the car. The prosecutors hint at the fact that they think the body has been in the car since dismemberment. But a lot of people just don't understand how that's feasible in any sense of the word. When was the body moved to the car? Is it true? Because August 27th, 2026, by this point, it would have already had multiple hot days in Los Angeles. Parking enforcement had chalked the car. Do you remember that? They had come out and they chalked where the car was positioned and there was no odor complaint. And like the parking enforcement officer was close enough to mark tire positions on August 27th, but apparently they didn't report any sort of smell. By September 8th, the smell triggers a police call.
Details after a body was found inside a car at a Hollywood tow lot today. There's no immediate information about the identity of the person found inside.
They just don't understand how she was kept in that trunk for that long and how nobody could even move the car, how nobody smelled it before and called the police. And then suddenly it goes to the tow yard and now there's flies. Like there weren't flies circling the car before. It just doesn't make sense to a lot of people. Even when they're towing the car, wouldn't the tow truck driver sense it first? Unless maybe there was just like a random heat wave, but even that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Some people think that he actually placed her in the trunk purposefully to try and speed up decomposition, and that goes back to the burn cage. The burn cage that he ordered, it seems that he kept it still in the box, according to the PI. So why didn't he use the burn cage? Some people think that he was waiting for her to decompose because it would just be easier to try and burn the human bones into ash. Now, some people think, no, he got the burn cage and then he realized he couldn't use the burn cage because burn cages require very specific outlets. So that was like their whole argument of like, I've worked with burn cages, like you can't just plug it up into a standard 120 volt home outlet. I will say the specific burn cage he got is not even power generated. So it's like a steel containment box. You put in all your rubbish, you light it on fire, and then you just wait until it burns out, or you have a hose and you hose it down. So he wouldn't need any sort of electrical power. Or maybe he just realized burning anything in the Hollywood Hills would instantly cause a lot of attraction and attention and the firefighters would come immediately. I don't know. One comment reads, the fact that the fucking pool was still in his house is the final piece of evidence I need to know that he simply was a dumbass. No longer, maybe he had a plan and ran out of time. Nope, just plain stupid. That could have been thrown out and long gone in a landfill, yet the idiot kept it. Yeah, there's been a lot of speculation about that because people are arguing, well, if you throw out the entire inflatable pool, it's just very difficult. Someone's going to see it. They're going to notice blood on it. Other people are saying he had a lot of time. He could have slowly cut the pool into small shreds, not shreds, but small pieces, and then slowly put those pieces in his trash. And then eventually they would have ended up in the landfill. Others are saying maybe that's not possible.
Yeah, it sounds like he has a lot of time, but also he doesn't have a lot of time.
Yeah, he has enough time to hang out and relax here and there, but he is on tour a lot. Yeah. He does have a lot of contractually obligated things that I think he must do. Even, the live stream the day after killing Celeste. I think one of the things is some people think that it's him showing off to the world like, hey, I'm just going to live stream as normal. I actually think that he's probably contractually obligated to live stream if he was releasing some sort of Fortnite locker and the whole point of the story was he started as a Fortnite streamer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or these are probably already pre-planned.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. So canceling would be more suspicious, maybe.
So, he has time. He doesn't have a lot of time. I don't know. It's odd. I think a lot of months had gone by, but I don't know what's going on. Some people are really confused why David left Celeste's head and torso inside the body bag and then left the rest of her limbs inside of a trash bag underneath, whereas he could have placed the limbs in the body bag as well, or at least placed the trash bag inside the body bag, but maybe it was the confinement of the front trunk. The autopsy notes that she was liquefied, which the body bag seems to have kept the liquids in. There's also debate about the PI that was hired by the homeowner, and I'm going to go in, do a whole deep dive into him in a second, but he went into the garage and he's just really confused.
Can you tell me where did this PI come from? What part of the timeline is that?
So right after Celeste's body is found, the homeowners, because that house was a rental home in the Hollywood Hills, the homeowners are so taken aback because they didn't know David was living in their house. The home was leased under David's manager's name. So they're like, I thought a guy named Josh Marshall was living in my house. Why the fuck is this guy named David living in my house? And they found a body in his car? I didn't even know he was living in our house. The homeowners have young kids. They decide, this is so stressful. We don't even live in the state. We're going to hire this private investigator. And we just want to know exactly who's been in the house, what's been going on in the house. We just want answers because if we ever go back to LA with our children, we don't want to stay in this house. We don't know what's going on. We don't know. So they hire this private investigator and he had access to the house almost immediately after the police searched it. David quickly moved out, obviously, right after that. He moved, I guess, to that house in the Hollywood Hills. But the police took pieces of evidence, but they also left a lot of things. David also left a lot of things. They left a lot of furniture. David left some SD cards that the PI has been going through. There's been nothing particularly damning except there are some photos of Celeste, when they went to what appears to be Santa Barbara to take pictures. It's a very scenic place. Yeah, there's the last time that they were taking pictures together was in January. There's a little bit of small nuggets the PI has been releasing. He's been doing his own research. Some people don't really like this PI because he is pretty vocal with pointing the fingers at people.
Really?
Yeah, some might say with reckless abandon. Some might say he's just passionate and he's keeping this in the news. I don't know. I guess it's up for you to decide. But he has been hired and he released pictures of inside the garage. And that's how we know the exact burn cage. The prosecutors just said burn cage. The PI actually released pictures of this burn cage months ago, but nobody knew what was going on. He was just like, hey guys, I found a burn cage in the garage and chainsaw. He found a chainsaw as well. There was no, obviously, tissue or anything on there. It was just chainsaw packaging.
It was in the garage, and it had not been used. It still had the protective shield over the chain itself. But there it is with a burn cage, and you got to wonder what this plan was.
So the weapon was not found, right?
I think the police probably took it. Oh. Yeah. So he's like, I found this and I found the burn cage and I just can't comprehend why David would need it because this is a rental home. He's not fixing anything up. He's not doing landscaping. Mm-hmm. Why would he need these things? Nobody knew until the prosecutor's brief came out. Mm. So that's how we know the exact brand of the burn cage. Now, the big thing that the PI has been saying is he just doesn't understand, because once this prosecutor brief drops, it's like, oh, he did this in the garage with the inflatable pool. That's literally what the prosecutors have told us. The PI is saying, when you guys came in and searched the house, I mean, you did not crime scene the shit out of this place. Like, they did some luminol tests, but it didn't seem like this massive operation where a full dismemberment took place in the garage and you guys are locking everything down. Like, you guys were pretty in and out quick. He's also saying the garage is 2 stories tall. If there's any sort of spatter, that would be really difficult for David to clean, and David doesn't look like a good cleaner. On top of that, the floor of the garage is like brick. It's like the craziest garage floor I've ever seen in my life. It's like the side of a house. It's brick. There's so much grout. There's so much brick.
Oh, so it's hard to clean.
Yeah. So he's like, I just don't understand how this happened in the garage.
If it happened in this garage, that is like 15-foot ceilings. It's 2 stories high, that garage. To clean that up would be a mammoth.
And there was no evidence of like cleaning supplies bought or anything like that.
No.
The PI has been saying, I think he killed her in Santa Barbara. I think he did this in Santa. So there's lots of
What?
Which a lot of people are like, maybe he shouldn't put out these crazy theories. So there's debate about that. There's a debate about everything in this case. Like, one sentence is 20 debates.
So they didn't do their own testing in the garage to see if there's any blood.
Yeah, or at least not that I know of. But
Okay.
maybe you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. So that's where a lot of the whole theory of, okay, well, maybe he inflated the pool because, oh, there's been another thing. People have kept calling it a kiddie pool. We have no idea if that's true. In fact, it seems like it was not a kiddie pool. The prosecutor said inflatable blue pool, but everybody has been running with kiddie pool for whatever reason. I guess it's a better title. I guess it's a better clickbait, but it seems like it was like a full-size pool.
So the size difference.
Yeah, size difference, and then size difference is kind of important. So it could have been inflated. And then a chainsaw. The chainsaw has been a huge point of contention. One Emmy states that a regular handsaw would probably be a lot better. Like, you might just get a little bit of tissue. You're going to have some blood, but chainsaws are going to sling actual tissue everywhere. So the idea that this had to be cleaned up completely, there's no way under God's green heaven that you're going to be able to clean up every bit of tissue deposition that there is. I mean, you might think you've gotten it, but once the cops get in there and they have enough time, they're going to collect something. I did some research into it because all the Emmys are saying, like, it's like news. Oh, we're here with a former forensic expert. And they're all like, no, a chainsaw would have gotten blood everywhere. So I'm like, okay, this doesn't make sense. If David cleaned it, I don't think he's cleaning it alone. So that's where I went down this whole rabbit hole, and apparently there's a whole case about it. A bit of a morbid test was done back in 2009. There was a study published in the Journal of Forensic Science where there was a real investigation into a woman who had been taken apart by a small electric chainsaw, a small one. And there were multiple questions that the investigators had because the investigators, they found such little blood splatter, which didn't make sense. In everybody's mind, according to the movies, when you think of people with chainsaws, everything's splattering everywhere. The investigators were so puzzled by this, it led to a study where forensic pathologists dismembered 2 very large deceased pigs with small electric chainsaws under controlled conditions, and they found that depending on how you hold the chainsaw parallel to the floor, very little splatter occurs actually.
Interesting.
Another misconception is that the chainsaw would get jammed, which doesn't seem to be the case even with the tiny electric chainsaws with the pigs. So those were the findings that they had, that even the small ones can cut through large carcasses without much difficulty, thus disproving, I guess, all the movie effects of Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
And all the experts making comments right now.
Yeah.
Right?
But again, you would have to hold it in a very specific direction. But I guess that might be what makes sense in this, so that there's not blood splatter everywhere. Because I think that is posing as a big question mark. And everyone's like, maybe he killed her somewhere else, which I feel like the police would know that. However, I would imagine timing would also be important. Prosecutors believe that David dismembered Celeste 12 days after her death. Netizens theorize online, like, where was she for 12 days, you know? And then also, once you're 12 days into decomposition, unless you're kept in a really cold, I guess, cool environment, it's going to be really hard to move somebody's body because there's skin slippage. There's a lot of fluid buildup. It's not even just about hauling dead weight. It's things are moving in the skin. Yeah, exactly. So where was she kept?
Exactly.
If he didn't get the pool until at least May 1st.
So David lives there by himself?
He lives there by himself, but I imagine lots of people have the keys to that place.
Yeah, because isn't like his friends, his family always...
His
around?
family lives in Texas. His friends, I mean, it doesn't appear that anybody lives with him. If anything, I think the prosecutors believe at some point Celeste was obviously living with him when she was missing. So there's just like, it doesn't make any sense if there was, where was she for 12 days? Which is why TMZ initially, they reported that Celeste had been frozen at some point. The LAPD actually came out to say that's not true at all, that she was not frozen when they found her in the trunk. But that wording is also interesting of not frozen in the trunk when, you know, there's no evidence that she was frozen recently. But if she had been deceased for so many months, maybe she had been frozen the first 12 days. There's lots of confusion there. Though I will say, I usually take everything TMZ says with a bag of salt. And if he's just ordering things on Amazon, why is he not ordering any cleaning supplies? He doesn't strike me as someone who stockpiles cleaning supplies. He doesn't seem like the type that he opens up a cabinet and he's like, I got 12 vacuums and I got all the Lysols and the Cloroxes. I have everything. So he didn't Postmate it. He didn't order it on Amazon. Maybe he went to the store and paid in cash, but that also doesn't seem like him. He's Postmating a shovel to his house. I don't think that he's going to go to a store and buy Clorox wipes.
Right. So you're wondering how come there's not much sign of cleaning?
Yes, but also maybe that's where the smell is coming from. Maybe he kept her inside the house in one of the bathrooms for 12 days and then moved her to the garage to dismember her. And there could be remnants of the decomposition scent that he did not thoroughly clean, and it's just been lingering inside the house. So rather than the very morbid conspiracy that she was kept in the house, her remains were kept in the house up until like July, perhaps it could be that he just did not clean well. I don't know. People are just saying, it's irking me that she wasn't frozen. That's what people are saying. People are saying this seems virtually impossible. Nothing makes sense right now. There has also been the very big discourse about whether or not she was pregnant. The autopsy report reads that it was unclear whether or not she was pregnant. That's just how they have to write it. Because if they don't have definitive proof that she was or was not, they can't definitively say one way or the other. However, there was no fetus found. Her ovaries were an appropriate size. There was no trauma that they could find, at least at this point in the decomp. So there's no indication that she was pregnant at the time of her passing. But a lot of people have inflated unclear to, oh, she probably was. But that also doesn't mean that it hadn't happened before. So remember those Discord chat logs. David was in the Discord asking questions like, what should I name my kid, guys? Deleted user who people believe to be Celeste is writing, guys, I think I'm pregnant. Investigators have found messages between David and Celeste where they talk about, quote, sex, pregnancy, abortion, and the use of Plan B emergency contraceptives. There are also explicit photographs documenting and corroborating their sexual relationship. And at one point, March 2025, so a month before she's killed, she messaged him, all we do is have sex and just hang out, man. I want more than that for myself. They also found a lot of CSAM in his phone. Court documents listed as the description of photographs depicting the victim naked, as well as while she was engaged with defendant in sexual activity when she was 13. The evidence does constitute as CSAM, and just to give you even more context on how depressing this news is, when she was found in the trunk, she still had braces. I mean, she's like, everyone wants to say she's 15, or they want to say, oh, the girl or the woman found in her, the young lady. She's like a baby. She looks like a child. She had braces during the autopsy. There are reports that they found 40 terabytes of CSAM, which even any trace of CSAM, I think people should get life in prison, but we don't know how much CSAM exactly was found in his device and whether or not it's just Celeste or if there's other victims or if he was purchasing and downloading CSAM from the internet. It's unclear. It's been getting misreported as being 40 terabytes of just CSAM. The deputy DA, Beth Silverman, who's on this case, says David's iCloud account contains, quote, a significant amount of CP. She says they have about 40 terabytes of evidence and data, but she doesn't directly say how much CSAM there is.
Okay, so it's not 40 terabytes of CSAM.
Yes, which, I mean, 40 terabytes of data evidence is a lot, but it seems like it's going to be a huge case with a lot of discovery. But we just don't know how much CSAM.
Like, to be 40 terabyte, I'm just trying to picture, it's got to be a lot of, like, videos or, like, large files or photos. Like, you can't, you know what I mean? Like, that's got to be...
Yeah, I'm assuming...
To reach that amount.
I'm assuming he has tons of audio recordings because
still nothing.
Videos, audio.
It's gotta be videos.
And they did wiretap his phone, we're going to get into all of that. I don't know if that's included in the 40 terabytes because they haven't gone through most of it. So it's just a little bit unclear. They might have even more evidence, but yeah, there must be a lot of videos.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, text and code data of like locations, that doesn't really take up that much space.
Yeah.
There were then conspiracies that David maybe filmed the entire killing and that was categorized in with the CSAM and that there's a snuff film out there. But I mean, some of the conspiracies have really gotten out of hand with that. DA Hockman, when he is asked about why this took so long for an arrest to be made, he states that, quote, I think the police chief got it right, that in a situation where you don't have an eyewitness account, or we can't point to a video that shows the killer killing someone, you have to go through very rigorous and thorough investigation to look at all the digital and forensic evidence. You have to speak with witnesses often who are cooperative and some who are not cooperative in order to obtain all the information necessary to decide who did what, when, how, and what their mental state was at the time. Some people think that that last sentence is very interesting phrasing. In order to obtain all the information necessary to decide who did what, when, how, and what their mental state was at that time, which could be very just generic language of like, this is how we conduct an investigation, of we're trying to figure out who, when, what, where. Like, these are the investigative answers that we're trying to get to. But some people say it sounds like vague language where it almost sounds like maybe more than one person was involved. But that is where I leave you with part 1. And the part 2 for this is going to be up. We're going to be talking about all the people that have been pointed as potential accomplices by the internet, as well as David's attorneys who they've represented before, what it seems like their defense strategy is going to be going into the preliminary hearing that's happening in June, and what even is going to be happening in the preliminary hearing. So with that being said, stay tuned, stay safe, and I will see you in the next one.
Bada bing, bada boo.
Technically, a third of your day, you're supposed to be asleep. 8 hours asleep, 16 hours awake, and at least a few hours alive. We are all sitting around the table with our coworkers going, I had the craziest dream last night. And everybody sits there and they try to decode your dream for you in varying degrees. Some of the coworkers are skeptical. Maybe it's time to lay off on the melatonin gummies. Others say, maybe it's a sign. Maybe you should go through his phone, because you never know. Others say it's just a dream. It's your anxiety getting worked up and rehearsing all of these hypothetical situations. It's just a rehearsal. It's no big deal. All the way down to the, what about the eggs in the dream? You said you had eggs in your dream? What happened to the eggs? Eggs are one of the most overlooked dream symbols, but you have to be specific. Did you find a nest of eggs? Because when you find a nest of eggs, typically that means that you're going to have wealth coming your way, happiness in your marriage, something good is about to happen. But if the eggs are broken and the yellow yolk is just spilling out of them and they're fresh, that's good. Fortune is ready for the picking. Even though the egg is broken, it's coming. Luck is coming your way. And let's say you're eating the eggs, any sort of eggs, that means you're absorbing new wisdom. But every time you take a bite of the eggs, if it doesn't taste good, that means you are spiritually and emotionally too immature and you need to swallow a tough pill. If you're buying eggs at the supermarket, you should probably buy a lottery ticket, because that means you're investing in growth and something good is going to happen. All of that sounds very positive, or at least something that you can work on. And there's lots of symbolisms and nightmares. Like if you dream of a haunted house, each part of the haunted house apparently means something. If you're stuck in the haunted house basement, that means you have unprocessed, repressed trauma that you need to get through. You're stuck in the attic, you have intellectual, spiritual beliefs that you have been neglecting. Maybe a locked room, something is ready to emerge, but your ego is blocking it. There's all these scary things that we can decode. And a lot of people, they have dreams of where they're getting killed or where they're running away from a killer. But what happens if you're dreaming and you're the one doing the killing? Sometimes the scary part is not the dream itself, but what happens when you wake up. 35-year-old Tanner Horner claims he's always had these weird dreams. Sometimes he'll wake up and he knows he's fallen asleep in his bed, But when he wakes up, he's just roaming around in his grandma's backyard. He has no clue how he got to his grandma's backyard, but he's just roaming. It's like he blacks out, wakes up, and he kind of recalls how he gets to the backyard, but not really, because it also kind of feels like a dream. He doesn't know if it's a dream. He doesn't know if it's real life. He says, sometimes I recall in weird ways. I recall stuff in dreams. I recall stuff like just random flashbacks through the next day. It's almost like a PTSD kind of thing. But nothing compares to the recent nightmare that he's had. He lives in Paradise, Texas, where everybody has been looking for this missing 7-year-old girl named Athena Strand. And maybe like everyone else in the area, he's been thinking about this case a lot because it just materializes in his nightmare. He has this whole nightmare about being the one that kidnapped and kills this missing 7-year-old girl in the local area.
That's crazy.
And then he wakes up and he realizes, oh, thank God that's a nightmare. And then he opens up his backpack. And he sees inside a pair of small pants, tiny pants with flowers near the pockets, which is the last thing Athena Strand was seen in before she went missing.
Well, I don't even know what the hell happened. Yeah. Like, I just found them in my backpack and I'm just like, are you f***ing kidding me? Like, I thought I just had a really f***ed up nightmare.
But no, the pants were inside of his Dragon Ball Z backpack and now he's panicking. He's going to get arrested. It's only a matter of time, but he doesn't even know what happened aside from this nightmare. But can he even trust the nightmare? That's what he's saying. Or maybe somebody's setting him up. Someone planted the pants there. He writes in a note to the police later, "Detective, my family is in danger." He writes that he's being framed for the murder of Athena Strand. He writes, "Don't tell the media, don't tell my family, they'll tell the media. Don't tell the family of Athena until their lawsuit against FedEx goes through. This is between me and you, detective. As long as it stays between us, my family stays safe. I will gladly take the blame as long as my family is safe." That is what Tanner Horner tells the detectives. The detectives know that this is not true. But they listen anyway, because they need to figure out what Tanner Horner did to Athena Strand. But it's very hard when not a single thing that comes out of Tanner Horner's mouth is the truth. This is the case of Athena Strand, where Tanner Horner, the FedEx delivery driver, kidnapped and murdered her, is now facing the death penalty in Texas. And he can't even seem to stick to one story of what the hell happened that night. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Strands Family GoFundMe, which we will also link in the show notes. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's dedicated team of researchers. We'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. A few notes before we begin. This episode contains discussions of essay, violence, and crimes against very young children. Please take care of yourself and don't hesitate to step away if you need to. There are also discussions of mental health diagnosis and autism. Please keep in mind that this individual does not represent these communities, nor was it a motive, explanation, cause, or a part of why he committed these atrocities. I want to be very clear because he's going to go on and blame the fact that he has autism for this case. This opinion or evaluation of his is not only wrong, but it's very harmful, and it is not a reliable representation of the community. As of filming this, he is still in the sentencing phase of his trial, but once it's concluded, we're going to have a pinned comment of his sentencing. Everything included in today's case is publicly available online, and specific quotes may have been condensed or shortened for brevity. So with that being said, let's get started. Delivery drivers have favorite houses. Circular driveways, usually great. You don't have to do a reverse, a 10-point turn to get out. These are like the good ones, a favorite even. In the same respect, delivery drivers have houses that they hate going to. One delivery driver says, "I just call it the cat piss house. I hate the cat piss house. It's the worst thing in the world. There's cat piss all over the front porch and you smell it and it stays with you." And imagine that in the summer. Another says, "There's this one house with a driveway that looks like the surface of the damn moon with how many craters are on it, but their mailbox slot is so tiny, every single parcel has to go to the front door." Mine's a long rural driveway that pretty much is a junkyard. There used to be these aggressive dogs living there, and they just had so many places to hide. Always out. Anyone's guess of which direction these dogs are going to come out and try to attack you. The worst are the houses that have lines of cars that are just parked on the street. So you have to park the delivery truck a house down and then run to the front of the house where you walk up 2 flights of stairs to deliver it straight to their door. And it's miserable because a lot of delivery drivers, they get paid by the route. They don't get paid by the hour. So they're running to complete the route.
Huh, interesting.
Yeah, it's a huge deal and it's miserable, and sometimes certain roads just have random traffic jams for no reason. It's like everybody forgot how to drive. Tanner Horner is sitting in the driver's seat of the big white van with FedEx written in big, bold, purple and orange letters on the sides, and he's starting to get very agitated. The entire road is blocked. There's rows of boxes stacked behind him. It's almost Christmas time. It's the time between Thanksgiving and Christmas. This is a delivery driver's peak time for packages. He's got places to go, and he's peering over his steering wheel trying to see what the hell is going on. It's a small residential road. There are cars on both sides blocking him. There's people walking around like this is not a goddamn road.
What year was this?
2022. Okay. Tanner sounds annoyed before he sounds curious. There's honking.
Get through, there's people on the way.
He's trying to tell the people outside, like, hello, I'm trying to get through. Do you not see my giant FedEx van? He's inching forward and he leans out the window and he's asking,
hey, could you tell him I need to get through? There's like people and a vehicle in the way.
There's a woman who approaches the FedEx truck.
You can pull up and try to ask them to get through, but they're going to kidnap me. So it's all blocked off. So you'll have to just pull up and ask them if they'll let you through, but they're to the 7-year-old station.
Are you serious?
I put all this before.
Sorry about all this about. Are you serious?
The FedEx truck pulls up to the officers. He asks if he can go through, which they let him through. And there's no change in his demeanor because we have the dash cam footage of him sitting in the truck.
Talking to the police?
Yeah, just talking to the neighbors. I need to get through. And there's no change in his demeanor. In fact, he's holding a cigarette in one hand. There's no fear. There's nothing. Even though all the police have to do is pull the driver to the side, check his phone, check his backpack, and they would know that he's the one that kidnapped 7-year-old Athena Strand.
When was this route that he's taking? Like
the next day. 96 tennis courts does not sound that bad. If you had to search through 96 tennis courts, I mean, it's bad. But let's say you have a drone. Throw it up in the air and it's an easy search unless you're looking for something minuscule. But if you're looking for something bigger, you're going to find it. Unless you fill 96 tennis courts with tall trees, brush, hill, and almost freezing temperatures, all of a sudden 6 acres is a massive plot of land. Athena Strand and her family live on 6 acres of land in Paradise, Texas, which is about 50-ish miles north of Fort Worth, Texas, if you guys are interested in the locations. But there's technically 2 families that live on this huge plot of land. You've got Jacob and Ashley Strand, and they have their children. A 10-year-old daughter, that's from Ashley from a previous marriage. Then you have 7-year-old Athena, and then they have a newborn baby together. So Athena has a stepsister and then a half-sister. This is a blended family. One thing to note is Jacob is Athena's biological father and Ashley is Athena's stepmother. She's also been in Athena's life since Athena was maybe a year and a half old. So they're a really well-blended family. And this is very important later. On the same property, you have another house with Athena's uncle and aunt there from Jacob's side. I mean, that's the whole point of living in Paradise, Texas. The kids can play and run outside and they have their favorite tree that they would go to and climb up. They would run back and forth down the hill to their uncle and aunt's house and then run back up and run back down. It's the countryside. The kids love it. The house is situated very far from the main road. I don't even know if you can call it a main road. It's just a road that leads people to a few properties. And it's a dead end. So there's not a lot of through traffic. If someone is coming down the road, it's either because they have a reason to be there, they live there, they're visiting a friend there, or they're delivering a package, or they're lost. Not really any other reason. Ashley, Athena's stepmom, says,
she was wild. She loved living out there. Loved just, the freedom of, being a kid, getting to just run wild and free on some land.
She's trying to explain the situation to the police. The bus drops off the girls at 4:30 p.m. The older sister, the 10-year-old, goes to the uncle's house because she needs help with her homework. Athena, she's hanging out with Ashley, the stepmom, and the newborn baby. Athena's supposed to be doing her chores, though. She's supposed to be sorting her laundry because that's the after-school chore. And Ashley's cooking dinner, and Jacob, the dad, had gone out hunting. So it's really just Ashley, Athena, and the newborn baby. So Ashley's telling Athena, go finish sorting your laundry before dinner. chore. Okay, so Ashley's like, I'm gonna check up on you after and make sure your chores are done. It's a very normal thing to do. And she goes to Athena's bedroom, opens the door after dinner is done, and Athena is gone. She's calling Athena's name, no response. She calls the aunt and uncle that live down the hill on the same property. Maybe she went to go see her sister there. She's not there. Ashley calls her husband, Athena's biological dad, Jacob, and the police. And at first, everyone thinks, okay, she definitely wandered off. Like, maybe she's lost in some brush. Maybe she tripped and fell. Maybe she's kind of annoyed at you because you made her do the laundry. The main investigator working the case says,
it's really, really cold tonight. I'm a father, and this is my county. Let's find her quick. I don't want her to be cold. I don't want her to be lost. I'm going to come out, and I'm going to provide resources.
The original energy, the whole energy of this grid search is, let's go find Athena, get her home, and quote, then we can all go home and get warm. The biggest stressor in this case is it's going to be cold that night. The most efficient way is to bring in the air assets. So they bring in these aircrafts with thermal imaging to look for heat signatures on the ground. They're flying low to the ground. They're scanning for anything that produces heat. Trees do not light up like animals do. They find rabbits, hogs, deer, no human movement. But just because thermal imaging does not show it does not mean that there's not a person in there. Civilian volunteers come in. They start doing a shoulder-to-shoulder search. So they all start at the property line, shoulder to shoulder, and they walk through it as deep as they can get. Because when you have a kid, if they tripped on some brush, it's going to be hard to find them. So I think like 300 volunteers showed up that night because no one thinks something that nefarious happened. A lot of people were initially under the belief that maybe Athena was trying to go to her aunt's house, maybe slipped, sprained her ankle, can't shout, no one can hear her. So they're just trying to get her home because it's going to be freezing temperatures that night. They send the dogs out. Volunteers are bringing horses, four-wheelers to go through the property. It's almost the energy of, let's hurry up, get this over with so that we can all go home and it's going to be like a cute little wholesome story that's going to be in the papers. Most families in Paradise have properties that sit on at least an acre of land. So this specific property has been in Jacob's family for 20 years. Athena's dad, he even grew up on this property running around. So this is not an abnormal occurrence. Everybody in Paradise knows. But this is what's abnormal about it. When police bring in the dogs keep doing circles around the main house on the property.
Okay, what does that mean?
That means her scent just circles the property and just ends. It doesn't follow a lead into the woods. It doesn't follow and go into the aunt and uncle's house. It's just around the property. And then it cuts off. By the end of the night, I think the feeling that she was just lost in the woods is dissipating. They said that they were huddled in a circle as helicopters were flying very low over the property, and that's when they first felt that something bad must have happened. But what? Like, what could happen? The only thing that they know is Athena goes missing, and the only difference in the entire property is there's this blue box that's been left at the door. It's blue box with white around the edges. It's very clearly a Walmart delivery. They open it up, and inside are Athena's Christmas presents. It's a set of Barbies. It's the all-you-can-be Barbies, career Barbies, so each one has a different career. And that's the only thing that changed. The rangers who have done missing child's cases, they typically have a pattern that they follow. With good reason, I will say. But because more often than not, when a child goes missing, the family is involved. One of the lead investigators working the case says,
So my immediate thought is, let's go ahead and lock everybody in on a statement.
That's why they try to get statements as quickly as possible. They want to lock you into one version of events. They're going to try to find evidence that doesn't fit that version, and then they're going to force you to change your version over and over and over again until you're just straight up lying. You dig yourself into a hole, and then you have to tell the truth. But that's really only if you're guilty. So he's locking everybody into a statement, trying to corroborate that with digital evidence. Where were you? Cell phone towers, text messages.
And my goal is to lock everybody in that night, especially the people that were in close proximity to Athena on that time. So that's what I started doing on scene.
They also go to Athena's teachers. Kids say a lot about their home life at school that you just would not realize. They just say some crazy things. Miss Thompson is Athena's school teacher, and Miss Thompson is asked to describe what it's like to teach Athena.
I adored Athena. She was so much fun. She was a free spirit. She would come in with, stickers on her hands. She loved to dress up. Like, she truly was a free spirit. Like, there's no other word to describe her. Like, she definitely was a true gem.
Her teacher says there was a new student in their classroom that had needs that were harder to fulfill, and Athena opened up her arms to him. She would play with him on the playground. She has this very big heart. I mean, that's just who she is. And now she's missing. And the last thing she was seen wearing are these little pants with little flowers near the pocket. And a shirt and a jacket, of course, but the pants are very distinct. The lead investigator says he just feels it in his gut. He's locking everybody in a statement, but he just feels something is not right. So he starts shifting his attention to the Barbies that were delivered around that time, which means the Texas Rangers, they need help. They need resources. They reach out to the FBI, fill them in on what's going on. And the first person the FBI want to talk to is the FedEx driver. They're like, let me call FedEx. They contact FedEx and they're like, we need to know who the delivery driver was that dropped off these Barbies, because maybe he's not guilty. That's not what we're saying. We're not that presumptuous, but maybe he saw something. Maybe he saw somebody drive up. Maybe he saw something else. FedEx is like, oh, that's not by us. So that was not a FedEx employee. It's through a third contractor, a third party company that we use in the local area called Big Top Spin, which a lot of these delivery companies are doing this recently, especially with companies like Amazon, where they're not employed by the major company, but they have third-party companies in local areas that they dispatch to.
But they still drive a FedEx car?
Yes. So sometimes they will and sometimes they don't. And that's why you might have seen an uptick of people dropping off an Amazon package in a personal vehicle instead of an Amazon vehicle, you know?
Interesting.
So it just varies. Big Top Spin, however, happens to be a company where they will give you vans that say FedEx on the side. So it seems like they do most of the contracting in the area for FedEx. They do deliveries during peak seasons. This is between Thanksgiving and Christmas, November 22nd. FBI reaches out to Big Top Spin and they give them a name of the delivery driver who went to deliver Athena's Barbies, coincidentally right at the time that she goes missing, which, I mean, for all the feds know, this could very well just be a coincidence. They want to talk to him. They want to talk to Tanner Horner. They arrest him while he's working in his FedEx truck.
Arrest him?
Well, they did try to talk to him a few times, but here's the very suspicious thing. The time that he drops off the Barbies, he does not record it delivered. So he drops it off, but he doesn't record the delivery on the paper.
Yeah.
Which is very odd. And then after that, he doesn't have another delivery for at least 30 minutes. But the next delivery zone is not 30 minutes away. So what is this time discrepancy?
So FBI got that information immediately?
Immediately.
Like the next day?
Yeah.
Wow.
They start talking to him. He's like, I don't know what's going on. I got sick in the FedEx truck, so that's why you have the 30-minute discrepancy. I actually went to a truck stop called Love's. It's like a convenience store and a truck stop. I had to clean up my throw up because I was so sick. And then that's just what happened.
Hey, just to let you know, I wasn't able to tell you earlier because I was trying to go to get the cleaning supplies. I had a lot of them, but I kind of grew up in the back of the truck. I grew up in the back of the truck.
And he starts getting emotional and he's like, you know, I have a 1-year-old son, so this has been really messing with me too, as I'm sure it's messing with everybody else in the community. But eventually, they arrest him in his FedEx truck, and they have enough reason to believe that Athena is somewhere near him. They slam open the back door, they're looking for Athena in the back, and she is not there. She's not in the truck. Athena's biological mother, Maitland, she lives about 2 hours away. When she heard Athena was missing, even though a lot of people in the community thought that she was just wandering on the property, she drove that 2-hour drive in 45 minutes. She was beside herself. She says that she knows that whatever news the sheriff is bringing to her 48 hours after her daughter has gone missing is not good. So 2 days after Athena Strand has been missing, the sheriff finds the family at the local church. And she knows what he's going to say because she said that when someone is delivering bad news to you before they deliver the news, they avoid eye contact. And when he brought the family into a back room at the church, he wouldn't make eye contact with any of them.
I wanted to tell Sheriff Aiken that he didn't know what he was talking about. I asked him if I could confirm that that was my daughter, and he told me no, because she looks too bad. And I went into a place of denial. I stopped breathing and I started to black out as I heard Ashley screaming. I knew it. I knew it was him.
Tanner Horner is brought in for questioning by the police, and he gives various versions of what happened that night when he came to deliver the package of Barbies to Athena Strand's house. One variation, he says that he was doing the delivery there, and he sees this old green van. It's like a Chevy Astro van. It looked really creepy. It looked exactly like the type of van that would kidnap kids. It had sunspots on the hood of the roof and a piece of the panel missing on the driver door close to the front wheel. He's very specific. So he leaves the packages of Barbies, and then he drives off for the next delivery, but that green van was still there when he drove off. And then he just started feeling sick, so he threw up, and then you get the whole story. Multiple law enforcement agencies put a bolo out for this green van. Lots of resources are funneled into finding this green van because they have to try. Go through the databases, physical surveillance on the ground. They put out statewide bolos, DPS aircraft flying nonstop to locate any green vans in the area. Police start going through tower dumps in the area to figure out what cellular devices were in the area at the time. So like they'll get a cell tower data and see all the active devices. They have to locate this van because if they locate this van, they could potentially locate Athena alive. So we're back to the initial search. This is before Athena's body is found. And as law enforcement are looking for this green van, they're just noticing a lot of weird holes in Tanner's story. Not only did he not mark Athena Strand's delivery delivered, he stops delivering for 30 minutes. And then there's another 4 to 5 deliveries that were uncompleted that night. And just the way that he's behaving is very uncomfortable. It doesn't make sense. He'll have bursts of emotions near the end of the conversation where he's just like, I can't believe something like this would happen because I'm a parent. But that feels less like empathy and more like purging of emotions because of tension. In the interrogation room, during one of the countless conversations between the lead detectives and Tanner Horner, as Tanner is explaining what happened, the detectives step out for a second. And when they get back, there's this huge whiteboard on the wall that interrogators use. And in red marker, it's scribbled, "He's going to hurt me, please help."
What?
So the detectives are like, did you write that while we were out of the room for a second?
Why do you write that? If I say too much, I'm going to die.
So like, what does that even mean? Who's gonna die? Why would you die if you say too much? What are you talking about? This is part of Tanner Horner's story that there was another party involved. And he goes back and forth. So it's not this chronological timeline of story 1, story 2, story 3, story 4. It's just a merging of all the stories. But in the event that he claims that there was another party involved in this kidnapping, he even wrote this note later for the detectives as he's sitting in jail. Detectives, my family is in danger. The day Athena was killed, I wasn't the only one involved. When I pulled up to the house, an older man had pulled a rifle on me and demanded my wallet. It's weird. He almost expected me to be there. After he checked my wallet, he gave me instructions. After handing me back my wallet, he told me to take the girl and bring her to a specific spot, this tall grass bamboo area. He gave me a change of clothes for the girl and told me to have her change into them before handing her to him. He had threatened my family and I didn't know what to do, so I just went along with it. Don't tell the media, by the way. I don't know if he's going to do something. If I'm killed on the way to and from the courthouses, I'll assume it's him. When I handed her over, she seemed like she knew him. It kind of freaked me out. When she calmed down after seeing him, I shut my headlights off, I followed them, and I saw him park his car near that creek. The next day I went there and I saw the girl's body in the creek. I needed to get this out, even if it was just in writing. Don't tell the media. Don't tell my family. They'll tell the media. Don't tell the family of Athena until after their lawsuit with FedEx goes through. This is between me and you, detective. As long as it stays between us, my family stays safe. I will gladly keep the blame as long as they're safe. The man was older, probably 50s, gray hair, short military style haircut, kind of fat with a bit of upper body muscle. I handed him the girl's clothes when I gave him her. I either missed the pants or put them back in the truck somehow in my backpack. I'm not sure. But 3 times he asked me about the cameras on the FedEx truck. Unless y'all find him, keep it from everybody. I don't want my family hurt. I'm sorry I've been a burden on y'all.
There's a camera in the FedEx?
Yeah. So he tries to go with this whole story that there's another man involved. Authorities sweep the entire state practically for this green Astro van that could be involved in Athena Strand's kidnapping, and they don't find it. I mean, I'm sure they do find multiple green Astro vans, but nobody that has any sort of connection with Athena Strand. And it's just a revolving door of excuses with Tanner Horner. So first he says he doesn't even remember delivering the Barbies to Athena's house. Then he says he remembers and he had to be quiet because that man was involved, that suspicious old man in the green van, and he was getting framed. Then police are able to get the dash cam footage of Athena inside of the FedEx truck. Video. Placing Athena into the truck, into the back of the van. There's video of him putting her into the back of the van, and they don't see a green Astro van anywhere in the vicinity. Then he switches his story. He says, let me tell you what really happened. All of this is an accident.
When I was trying to get myself situated where, I have an easy way to get out of the property, I got a back out the here. I didn't know what to do. One main fear was I could lose my child, grab her and go.
He says the first version, she was already practically dead when he hit her with the truck, but that's not true at all. There's dash cam stills of Athena alive and unharmed in the FedEx truck, at least in the beginning, to which Tanner then changes his story once more. Okay,
what's that camera? Like it's the reverse camera.
So there's multiple cameras all over the FedEx truck. There's a reverse camera that he says was not working at the time. There's cameras in the back of the van. There's cameras where the packages are. There's cameras like all over the inside and outside of these FedEx vans. However, he covered up a lot of them with sticky notes. Before, we don't see the footage of him placing Athena in the back of the truck. We don't know which camera it is. I'm assuming it's probably an exterior camera. But the interior camera, he's covered up most of the ones in the back.
So there are a few that's not covered?
There's one in the front dash that shows him driving. That's not covered, at least initially. And you can see Athena, that's where the picture comes from that everybody has seen. There's a still photo that has been used in trial where she is standing between the driver's seat and the passenger seat and she looks really alarmed. And he's just driving. Eventually, the detectives will get their hands on the full audio from the cameras because even though he covered them up with sticky notes, the audio is still recording. Eventually, Tanner changes his story once more, that he had to strangle her. So he backs up into her. She's alive. He puts her in the back of the van because he's freaking out about losing his job. And then he decides that he's going to strangle her to make sure that she keeps silent about him hitting her with this van. He claims he didn't do anything else to her. He just, quote, tossed her body so that he could keep his job.
Just kind of tossed her in.
Tanner Horner takes them to a location filled with bamboo. These are like 10-foot tall bamboo trees, stating that this is where he left Athena's body after he killed her, but only because it was an accident. The lead detective says, I'm walking him, and he's pointing at a location that's not too thick into the bamboo, and he's stating that it's not too much further in there, and just essentially giving me an idea of where she was in the bamboo. They bring in the dogs, they bring in other help, and the detective immediately knows this is not where Athena Strand is.
At that time, I felt like I was being lied to again and that she was not there. Just the amount of resources we had, especially with K9 resources and everything, it would, in my prior experience, especially if we're being directed to that area, we usually find, unfortunately, human remains or humans with the K9 very quickly.
Tanner Horner offers up the possibility, maybe potentially after he, quote, tossed Athena's body, somebody else came and picked her up. And the police, the whole time, they do a really good job of not getting triggered because I think this case has really affected everyone in Paradise, Texas in a very strong way. I mean, cell towers, Athena Strand's color is pink. That was her favorite color. Cell towers, government buildings, city lights were all changed to pink for the longest time. I just imagine that these police fucking hate his guts, but they don't show it. And they're trying to be very chill with him. And they're like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But like, who would do that? Someone who wants to be a hero who's like, oh, I found the little girl. You think that's what it is? He's like,
I've noticed there's quite a bit of tweakers out there.
What's that?
Tweakers, I guess a very derogatory term for people who use drugs, typically used against people without homes. I think he's trying to paint this picture that someone very nefarious came along and took Athena Strand's body, and he's just like the innocent guy who, quote, tossed her body. He uses the word tossed multiple times.
He tossed her in. Just kind of tossed her in. Kind of tossed her in.
How old is he?
At this point, during the trial right now, he's 35, so he must have been 31, 32. And she's not here. She's not in this bamboo. It's very clear. And it's not until 2 days after she goes missing, the investigators are led to Bobo Crossing. It's a bridge and a creek. Nobody knows why it's called Bobo's Crossing, apparently. It's just a creek with murky water. It's very stagnant. It gets very deep at the center. And they see Athena submerged in about 3 feet of water.
When I first walked up to the edge of the creek, he told me she's right there. That's where I put her.
So he changes his story. He's like, okay, fine. I took her to the creek.
This is 2 days in? Or
48 hours, about 2 days in.
And based on the water visibility, it was dark. I had a flashlight. I angled the flashlight at different angles, and I was able to see her nude body buoyant beneath the water.
She's a very tiny frame, 4 feet, 4 inches tall, and only weighing 62 pounds. So she's face down in the creek with her arms to the side, completely unclothed in the water. And authorities say they were led to Bobo Crossing by a person named Zero. Zero is the one that led them here. Zero says he's the one that killed Athena, not Tanner Horner. It's all him. He got rid of her after all of that, and he took off her clothes as a way to humiliate her. It was all him. The lead investigator asks him, did y'all, like you and Tanner, really try to break her neck? Zero responds, it didn't work.
Wait, I'm sorry. Zero's the real name?
Yeah, Zero's a name.
Okay.
And the investigator asks, I mean, was it you trying to break her neck, or was it Tanner trying to break her neck? Zero says it was all him. He's the one that broke Athena's neck. Did you choke her from behind like you said earlier? He's nodding. Did she defecate on herself? He nods. Did she struggle? He nods. He says that she was struggling and trying to kick him, but she wasn't able to. They ask about whether or not he took any of Athena's clothes, and he responds, no, I just threw her clothes on the highway. So you're saying you stripped her naked to throw her clothes out the window on the highway? Is that what you're saying? Because why would you take off her clothes after you kill her and then throw her in the creek nude? I thought it was funny. You thought it was funny? You took all her clothes off of her, shirts, pants, underwear, everything? I left the panties on. So why did Tanner take any of the clothes home, you think? I don't know, he's not stupid. He later takes that back, and he admits that he's the one that planted the pants in Tanner's backpack. Quote, the pants and the underwear. You said it was funny throwing her clothes out on the highway. Which highway did you throw them out on? 14. Why'd you take her clothes out there? It's funny. Is that like a form of humiliation? He nods really slowly and says, she was gonna tell. So you had to punish her. He nods slowly again. Did you tell her, did she tell you she was gonna tell? He nods. She did? When did she tell you that she was gonna tell? At the house. Who the hell is Zero? And what the hell does he have to do with any of this? Was he in the FedEx truck? What's his connection to Tanner? Zero is Tanner's alter ego, according to Tanner Horner.
Is this recorded or?
All recorded. Tanner then moves on. So he goes from, I'm being framed by a green van man. And then he goes to, it was a complete accident. She was already dead when I backed up into her. And then I just disposed of her body. It was a pure accident. I was overworked. The FedEx camera, trucks, backup cameras don't work. And then it switched to, you know what? She was alive when I put her in the van, but I had to strangle her because she said she was going to tell. And then it turns into, but it wasn't me strangling her. It was actually my alter ego, Zero, strangling her, because I have 3 alter egos. Tanner then gives the investigators his newest version of events, that Zero is to blame for all of this.
So how did they get to speak to quote Zero?
Okay, that's the very frustrating thing too. So not only is he just trying to use autism as an excuse to negate any bad wrongdoing that he's done in the entirety of his just god-awful life, but on top of that, he tries to pretend that he has DID. I don't even think he knows what he's doing. And then the only way you can talk to Zero is the investigators go, Zero, I would like to talk to you. And then he rolls his eyes to the back of his head and he tilts his head to the side. And suddenly he's giving the worst performance I've ever seen in improv history. That's how you talk to Zero.
So he changed his whole mannerism for that, right?
Yeah. This is my personal belief. I tend to believe that Zero is his real personality. And I'm not saying personalities as in he has different alters and different personalities. I think those are his true inner thoughts. And Tanner is like how he would like to present himself to the world. There's just a lot in the interrogation footage. There's a lot of things that don't make sense, but I'm just going to give you the most important parts. At some point, Tanner is still trying to sell this story that he himself, Tanner Horner, and Zero, who is still him, but he himself never wanted Athena to get hurt. And he has this very alarming, jarring moment during the interview where he says,
she was a sweet kid.
And he's describing how they're driving down the road and she kept asking where we were going.
I dragged her on for a bit just trying to figure out what I was going to do about the situation.
And what'd she do?
Asking questions, we're just talking at this point.
Yeah, she sat down, she's standing up, she in the passenger seat, where's she at?
She's standing out, she's in the back.
Okay. And then where's she?
We went down this private road and I listened to that little voice again.
So he's saying that this little voice is Zero. He starts sniffling into his hand. He's like in the interrogation room, sniffling into his hand, leaning up against the wall. The investigators are like, it's all right. And he's like, it's not all right.
No, it's not all right.
Well, not big all right to tell him. It's okay to tell him. You gotta get it off your chest.
I just told her to turn around and
You chucked her? One hand or two hands? Two. What? Was she facing away from you where you chucked her?
and started off, I tried to.
Oh, you tried to break her neck?
I tried to break her neck, making it as cranially as possible, but it didn't work. She started crying.
He says he had her face away from him. He just didn't want her to see it coming. He doesn't recall how long it took. He doesn't even have a ballpark of 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. He says the voice just said that. You know, he's got to get rid of her.
I didn't know what to do. One main fear was I could lose my job, lose my source of income, like everything was on hold. I didn't know what to do.
Good.
He says he came to the realization, quote, I couldn't just keep running around with the kid in the back like that. So he stops by the bamboo trees and he just, quote,
I just tossed her anyway. I couldn't just keep running around with a kid in the back like that. I just tossed her in the bush or whatever you want to call it.
And you sure she was not alive at that time?
I was relatively sure, okay? I mean, I didn't check her heartbeat or anything, but I'm relatively sure that she wasn't alive. Okay.
Did you mainly do this because you didn't want to get in trouble for hitting her with, or FedEx, or legally, or what?
I was panicking, I didn't know what to do, and then it almost seems like it was a dream. For the most part, it just kind of seems like I wasn't, you know what I mean? Seems like I wasn't behind the wheel at the time.
When I asked him if he communicated with her, he stated that he did, and she told him her name, and also asked him if he was a kidnapper.
One of the first words Athena asked was, are you a kidnapper? At one point, he tries to say that the van didn't have backup cameras or sensors, so he believed that contributed to this happening. And then he claims that he tossed her in the bamboo woods. Toss, again, that's the word that he chooses. And he says that he didn't put her deep into the bamboo woods because he wanted her to be found. Why would you want her to be found? Because I'm a parent. I would want to know. Okay, during the next couple of days, you didn't go back to the bamboo forest. So he's saying, like, I'm not the one that moved her to the creek. I put her at the very edge of the bamboo forest.
During the next couple of days, you didn't return?
What? You're a parent?
I didn't want to know what was... I was hearing updates about this constantly. Trying to make it to where somebody would find her.
After getting rid of Athena's body in the bamboo area, he says that he went to Love's, which is a convenience store and truck stop where he gets cleaning supplies. The lead detective is like, did they ask you where you're cleaning up? Because he didn't even buy the supplies. He says that he just went to the counter and was like, hey, I made a mess in the van. Can you give me some cleaning supplies I can use? So the front desk gives him some cleaning supplies. What did you tell him you were cleaning up?
He stated that he was cleaning up vomit and feces.
Whose vomit?
His vomit.
Whose feces?
Athena's.
He continues to insist that he is not the one that killed Athena. He believes it was like he was in the back seat. He was almost dreaming at the time. He believes it's his alter ego Zero. Now, we're going to go into what Tanner and his I don't even want to call it an alter ego. What Tanner says, pretending to be Zero, it's not even in the slightest bit believable. It's like pissing on someone and saying that it's raining. Nobody's believing it, and it's just insulting to those who actually have DID. But before we go there, let's go through the irrefutable evidence. There is footage from inside the FedEx truck where Tanner had preemptively covered the FedEx truck cameras with sticky notes days before the kidnapping, which a lot of people believe that this indicates he was trying to kidnap someone within the next few days. He made sure that he was in the same FedEx van all those days and then even after the crime so that he could be in control of what they've been calling his mobile crime scene. But there's still audio recordings and at least a few visual pieces of evidence that place Athena alive and in the back of the FedEx truck. There are also markings on her face. There are grid-like patterns that match the floor of the FedEx truck as well as boots. They call it a tread pattern. The ME says it's kind of like zigzag patterns, and it's like if you were to press someone's face down onto the van floor. She suffered some sort of trauma or event that would cause her to clamp down so harshly on her own tongue that there would be teeth markings embedded into her tongue. There was a rope, bungee-like cord found inside the truck. There was DNA tested on vaginal and anal swabs that came back. There was blood and semen found on several of Tanner's clothing, including his FedEx work shirt, his hoodie, jeans, and underwear. Athena was presumably essayed in the van before being strangled to death. After killing Athena in the truck, he makes sure that his next few shifts he gets the same exact FedEx truck. And Tanner, he refuses essaying Athena, and he continues to state that all of this happened just because he backed into Athena and he was scared of losing his job. And nobody believes it. Nobody believes that he backed into Athena. Nobody believes any of this.
Like, I have a 1-year-old. If I lose this job, I lose everything.
Even if this whole accident story were even a smidgen believable, which it's not, Tanner's telling the detectives that he tossed her body, he tossed her here, he tossed this. There's just a lack of remorse and a lack of care when he even references Athena. If this was a pure accident, I would imagine that someone is in shambles describing what happened. The investigators ask, did she bleed or anything in that truck? I don't know, possibly. He says that he did throw her in the van so she could have some cuts and stuff from being thrown in the van. But, quote, I'm not some sort of psychopath.
You can look at my history. I'm not some deranged psychopath.
He says after he kills a little girl, he goes home after a shift and, quote, I just went home and I went to sleep. I took my sleeping medication, watched Game of Thrones, and I was out.
Did you take anything from her? And not that I can think of. I mean, I might have found a sock on the thing, but I just kind of threw it out.
So he's just making it sound so casual.
Is that a make or did you find a sock? I didn't find the sock, but that was just... Was it one of her socks? I think so. Okay.
Which, by the way, he took the socks home and they were found in this, what could be described as a junkyard on his property. Was it one of her socks? And he's like, I think so, unless it's just some other driver's sock. And they're like, well, I mean, you would be able to know if it's a little girl's sock or a driver's sock. Be real. And he's like, yeah, okay.
By the way, I do think she pooped herself also when there you go, I'm saying.
You choked. How do you know she took her though? I mean,
I saw that when I was moving here, some of it on the floor.
He says he stopped by the truck, stopped to clean. What did you pay when you were at Love's getting the stuff to clean? Did you pay in cash? I didn't pay for anything. I just asked if they had any cleaning supplies. When he's asked to describe the person working at Love's for the cleaning supplies, this is the part that...
But he did kind of look like he might be part Jewish.
okay, why do you say that?
God, this is terrible.
As if everything else he said is not terrible. Because he doesn't preface anything else about killing Athena as terrible. He's not like, God, I can't believe I'm saying that. He's just like, God, this is going to sound terrible.
God, this is going to sound terrible. He had a decently big house.
Okay.
Crazy.
With his confession, the FedEx footage, the audio evidence, the DNA evidence, forensic evidence, Tanner Horner is charged with capital murder and aggravated kidnapping, which means he's up for the death penalty in Texas. He has pled guilty to capital murder and aggravated kidnapping.
Guilty or not guilty, what is your plea?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Because this is Texas and because he's pled guilty to capital murder, it doesn't matter if he wants to die by the state, there has to be a whole trial where the jurors are told by the judge, quote, there will no longer be a first phase of the trial where you will be determining whether or not guilt has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Your sole duty now will be to listen to all the evidence that is going to be presented to you because you will be using that evidence to determine the proper punishment to be assessed. So instead of determining whether or not he's guilty of the crime, they're going into the punishment phase. They will be deciding whether or not he deserves to die for it, whether he will get the death penalty or life in prison without parole. It's not about guilt. It's about dying. Right now, Tanner Horner is in court fighting to live. The ship has sailed for the insanity plea. Any sort of argument he's making right now, his defense is making right now, is mitigation on why he should not be killed by the state. And one of the first things the defense brings up is the broken brain defense. He ate coins as a kid. That's what they're saying. A relative even comes up to testify, stating that she would babysit him and he would be chomping down on them coins, eating these coins, munching them up. They
Like
tested his body.
just- really?
They tested his body, and there was roughly 33,000 micrograms of lead found in his body versus about 1,500 micrograms of a peer his age, which would put him 24 times higher than the average of lead poisoning for his age. One doctor states for the defense.
So my opinion is that Mr. Horner experienced a significant amount of lead exposure that would have impacted his health, and particularly his neurological health.
Studies do show that kids that were exposed to lead, they have reduced gray matter volume in their brains. The argument being that Tanner Horner's brain was damaged as a kid, long before he was even able to form a personality. That could lead to poor impulse control, impaired judgment, blunted ability to anticipate consequences, reduced capacity to regulate panic. But this is just one of the defense's many endless arguments. Lead exposure is just one. The defense is arguing that along with lead poisoning and exposure, autism spectrum disorder, prenatal alcohol exposure, mental illness, and a chaotic abusive childhood should be mitigating factors on why he does not get capital punishment. The defense argues that there's just something deeply wrong with his brain.
When someone's brain is what's injured, you don't see it. We don't treat it the same. We want people to push through it. We want them to be okay. We're talking about a developmental issue, a mental illness, brain damage. A bone that's 99% unbroken is still a broken bone.
They go on to state Tanner's injury actually came before he was born. His mother, God bless her, Melissa Horner, was working as a stripper when she was pregnant. And one of the ways she was able to get on stage and do her job was drink alcohol.
When you became pregnant with Tanner, were you still dancing?
Yes, I was.
And when you became pregnant with Tanner, were you still drinking alcohol?
Till I found out I was pregnant. But by that time I was already like 8.5 weeks.
How often would you drink?
I drank pretty heavily.
They argue that because both of Tanner's parents were addicts that couldn't take care of him, he had to be raised by his grandmother, who did end up raising him, by all accounts, as best as she could. They also continue to bring in the unofficial diagnosis of Asperger's. He's just autistic. That's not a recognized diagnosis. They're going to take a lot of angles here, but if you just listen to the interrogation tape, it's pretty clear his brain works perfectly fine. He covered up the FedEx car cameras days before he kidnapped and murdered Athena, indicating that he was planning on doing this. He has multiple tries to come up with a story that the authorities would believe. There is a lot of self-preservation that is occurring. And side note, I will say, I think he's dumb. I think he's dumb, and that's fine. But that doesn't mean anything. I think they keep throwing things at the wall to try and see what sticks. They're like, oh, he's autistic. A lot of people are autistic, and it's a bad look for the community because that has nothing to do with anything. Mm-hmm. Even the FBI agent says,
during the majority of the interview, Mr. Horner was very articulate. He answered every question properly. Good back and forth conversation. And then towards the end of the conversation, he got very emotional and almost to the point of crying, and stated to us that he couldn't believe something like this would happen and that he had his own child.
The lead detective recalls after interrogating him,
his demeanor through the course of these interviews was very laid back. I mean, he wasn't worked up, had a cool, calm demeanor, cooperated, spoke, was articulate, joked around, made jokes at times, made jokes inappropriately sometimes. And again, was able to maintain that rapport and continue to talk to him.
Does he have a wife?
He has a fiance.
Yeah. Was she there
during
the trial?
No. But there's a lot that comes up about her. This episode is brought to you by Netflix. I thought I knew this case. I mean, I remember hearing about the car accident when it first happened, staying updated with the news and seeing the photos of the crash after they came out. The car crumpled up against a brick wall. 2 teenagers dead and another fighting for their life in the hospital. I thought I knew the story behind the tragedy until Netflix's The Crash had me questioning what really happened. Let me set the scene. It's a little past 6 a.m. on a residential street. The sun is rising. It's quiet. It's almost peaceful. It's not quite dawn, but it's also not yet the morning. A cop's dash cam begins recording as the patrol car slows down, pulls up next to a building. We don't see the car wreck until the cop puts his car in park and gets out. But the frenzy is just quick. 3 massive fire trucks, they descend on the crash site. Dozens of firefighters, cops are lining the street. Even a helicopter hovers overboard. And through the cop's body cam, we hear him say, ×3.
Oh my God, ×3, guys.
There's 3 young victims in the car. The boy in the back seat was no longer in the back seat, but laid on top of his best friend in the front passenger seat. Davian was a big brother, a high school football player, a foster system survivor, and he was immediately declared dead. The boy in the passenger seat, Dom, was a son, had just gotten his apartment. He was an entrepreneur, and he too was dead on arrival. The driver is the passenger seat's girlfriend of 4 years, Kenzie. She just graduated high school. She was enjoying her summer, senior summer, like the time between graduating and beginning the rest of her life. She was the only one still breathing. Her seatbelt was on, but her head had gone through the windshield, and it was considered a miracle. Her parents are interviewed. They describe her injuries. It was honestly horrific. A 17-year-old girl hanging on to the rest of her life. Her parents are crying as they're explaining having to break the news of her boyfriend and his best friend's death after she woke up. It's like the most inexplicable tragedy. Did the brakes fail? Was it an operator error? Like, were there substances involved? Was she drunk and driving? A medical emergency? The toxicology report comes back, no shrooms, no alcohol, no impaired driving, nothing. The driver's medical history is looked into. She was diagnosed years ago with POTS, a fainting disorder. So people are like, okay, did she faint while she's driving? Vehicle black box data comes back, the brakes were never used. Even if they were broken, they were never used. Nobody pressed on the brakes. Why did Kenzie not press on the brakes? Then the vehicle crash reconstruction has come back and the evidence is damning. This is the part that I think had a lot of people reeling. I didn't know just how bad this case was, and trust me, this is just the beginning. For 5 full seconds before the crash, it was proven that the driver, Kenzie, held the gas pedal down, pushing the vehicle to its top speed the entire time. For 5 full seconds, just on the pedal. And then the text messages come out. The 4-year relationship between the driver, Kenzie, and the passenger, Dom, is worse than toxic. It's arguably abusive, and videos come out, TikToks come out, comments from the families of all 3 teens come to light, CCTV footage, trial footage, evidence discovery. Did Kenzie intentionally crash the car, murdering her boyfriend, Dom, and his best friend, Davian? All of this is uncovered in Netflix's The Crash, and it unravels a story bigger than anything I could have ever expected. Watch The Crash only on Netflix. And he clearly understands the consequences. He says things like, I have a fucking 1-year-old. If I lose this job, I lose everything at this point. But then Tanner comes up, like I said, with the alter ego personality 0. And I, again, want to make it abundantly clear. Tanner Horner has never been diagnosed with DID. The defense is not even trying to argue that he has been or that he does have DID. Quite frankly, I think this is his attempt at portraying himself as someone with DID to diminish his culpability in this crime. And it's not only offensive to those with DID, but it's offensive in general to anybody who has a brain bigger than the size of a garlic clove. It's not believable. It's the kind of performance that generally makes you want to look away. It's just god-awful. It's ass. Tanner claims that he was driving the FedEx van, backs up into Athena, hits her, puts her in the van in a state of panic, and while he's actively deciding on what to do next, 0 takes over and decides he's going to kill Athena because she was going to tell on them, and he can't have that. So like I said, in order to switch between the 2 personalities of Tanner and 0, an investigator merely has to ask the very simple question of, hey 0, can I talk to you? Sure enough, with the dramatics of a high school play, he will roll his eyes back, tilt his head to the side, and turn into 0. It's worlds apart from what someone with actual DID does when they switch, and resembles more of like the TikTok trend where you suddenly decide you want to be mysterious, so you stop giggling and you make sharper eye contact. The performance alone makes you want to hold his eyes open and make him stare directly into an eclipse. But we have to cover it. Another thing to note is the investigators do play into it. They were suspecting Tanner of being involved. They want to bring Athena home. They don't really care what it takes to do that. And even if it meant playing into his delusions of having an alter ego, being the one to blame, it's not that they're leaning into this because there is any believable evidence of Zero being real. This is just investigators investigating, nothing more. And they state that multiple times during this trial. They're like, I didn't believe him for a single second, but I'm trying to get answers. I'm just building rapport. The investigators bring out Zero, aka Tanner Horner. He's squatting up against the back of the jailhouse and he's smoking a cigarette.
Wait, I'm sorry. Where in timeline are we?
This is right after they find her body, I think.
Okay.
He keeps wanting to talk to the investigators.
Oh, okay.
And he's asked, did she tell you she didn't want to go with you? Of course.
What'd you tell her? I'm going on a ride.
She didn't try to fight you when you told her you're going on a ride? He says that she was, begging, but he didn't really care. I need to ask Zero one more question.
Zero, I need you. Talk to me. I know Tanner didn't assault this girl. I know Tanner didn't hurt this girl, but I know you did. Did you assault this little girl?
No.
Did you kill this little girl, Zero?
Tanner wouldn't do it. Because he's a coward.
Zero, why do you call Tanner a boy?
He made me tell you.
Zero, how long have you been with Tanner?
About 6 months.
Where did you find him?
So this is why I think it's an insult to anyone, not even just with DID, but just with a brain, a functioning brain that is not... No, he has a functioning brain. Just, this is insulting to anyone that has to listen, because the fact that he doesn't even understand what he's trying to do, he doesn't understand the lie that he's trying to put out. So he starts kind of developing this weird thought process of maybe he's a spirit that goes from body to body, because the way that he answers these questions is so bizarre. Like, they're asking him, where did you come from? I don't know. What made you come to Tanner? I was vulnerable. As if he's just like a parasite looking for a host. Where did you find him?
I found him when he started taking his medicine. He wanted to die. I wanted him to die. He seems to be more in control most of the time. Why do you want to talk to me?
He claims that Tanner didn't want to handle the reality. What was his reality? The fact that he let a child die? He also says that Tanner wants to die, but, quote, he wants to die. I want him to die, but I want to live. Side note, all these videos are played during the trial, and Tanner Horner is watching all of this play out in the courtroom. He's consistently wearing a gray dress shirt. He's got his elbow propped up on the table. He leans his cheek into his hand. He has a very disengaged look most of the time. There is this one point where he does look at one of the live streaming cameras in the courtroom, and he just looks like he almost has this tiny smile on his face. Then the video cuts to him in the interrogation room. The officers ask him, have you told us everything? Who? What? Have you told us everything? Me?
Put away. Like, just me.
Okay. Did you have a little Zero?
It's not Zero.
Tanner?
Yeah.
Welcome back. You okay?
I'm a little flabbergasted, I guess.
Why is that?
Because I was in the back seat watching everything happen, and I'm kind of freaking out.
Is there anything Zero didn't tell us that you can remember? Or were you in and out?
I mean, I've been in and out the entire time. He hasn't really let me come out at all.
Okay.
This is a weird type of respect because you actually, how should I put it? You addressed him, which I think is, okay.
There's a lot to process, Tanner. There's a lot that happened. So we're going to step out and give you a second and just give you a second to process that, okay? Just give us a minute. When they come back, they decide that they want to talk to Zero further because Tanner, all he does is put on this really god-awful show of pretending to be Tanner. They're all Tanner. He says,
I tried to set it up like someone else did.
How did you do that?
He went with an entire story.
So he's talking about the green van man. Is that where the story about the green van and the Hispanic male came from? So he's like, yeah, it was a Hispanic male in his 50s. Yeah. Was that your biggest fear, that Tanner would get put away? Constantly. Did you immediately, as soon as y'all hit her, did you come out and take over fearing that maybe Tanner would get y'all put away, or did it take some time? Tanner was worried about that little shit. Why didn't you want to help her? Do you want to help anybody? No, not other than myself. Have you ever been anywhere else, Zero? Have you ever done this before? No. Is this your first time? Of course. He won't let me out most of the time. Right now, he just doesn't want to deal with anything. Have you ever made Tanner do this before this time? No. So if Tanner had never hit her with the truck, you would have never done this. If Tanner wouldn't have hit her with the truck, none of this would have happened. Right now, we would be getting ready to go out to the bar and celebrate our brand new car. He even talks about how he, quote, Zero, met Cassie, which is the fiance, and he says, but between us, she likes it better when we fuck. And like, I just want to say, everything about this interrogation sounds like someone who watched the movie Split and just decided that he was gonna try to embody this. If it weren't the most asinine crime that we've heard of recently, it would be cringe. That's the description of how he handles himself, the mannerisms, how he responds as Zero.
But now Tanner has to take over.
Time must take over when?
Only
How long do you keep him away?
the longer I've been here, the longer I'm able to keep in control. I think we found ways to block Tanner out.
How do you do that?
I make her go to sleep.
Wait, you killed that little girl. Was Tanner trying to stop you?
He was trying to get go sleep.
He also says that Cassie, the fiance, knows about Zero at this point. Quote, at this point, we're both kind of developing a relationship with Zero. And then Tanner comes out and is talking about Cassie. And he explains to the detectives that Cassie has met Zero. I think this is true. I think Cassie has met Zero in the sense of, I think both of them are, I think definitely Tanner Horner is strange. How do I put this lightly? I think they both play into it.
Who, both?
The fiance.
Really?
Maybe she genuinely in her heart of hearts believes that he has DID. He claims that she also has DID and she gets it from her grandma, which is not how DID works. Both of them, I feel like they both kind of play into it and it's just none of it makes any sense.
Has she spoken out or no?
No.
To her, she's basically dating two people. And Cassie herself, she has multiple. But she gets that from her grandmother. I only have the one. She says I have three, but I don't. I haven't seen evidence of the third.
Which again, like that's not how it works. He says he's traumatized by this because of what Zero did.
I'm wondering who the hell's been in my head this whole time, because for a long time we've been cool, we've been tight. Like, me and him and Cassie have all had conversations together. Still, part of me is in denial because I didn't pull the trigger. I tried to disarm the gun. I tried to stop all of this from happening.
What gun?
There's no gun, but he's saying, metaphorically.
Oh.
And then Zero takes over, and Zero says the only reason he got rid of Athena was, quote, well, I can't have any fun if I'm in jail. And he just gives off these nasty one-liners as if he's in a D-grade Hallmark movie.
So did they ask him who put the tapes on the cameras? Or
Yeah.
what happened then?
No, but he doesn't give a straightforward response to the tape on the cameras, the sticky notes on the cameras. In a separate conversation, the officer tries to summarize his thoughts. And they're like, okay, so Tanner keeps you, Zero, from hurting anybody. But when Tanner hurts her, runs her with the truck, that keeps you from partying. That keeps you from your cocaine. That keeps you from doing what Zero likes to do. So you knew if you didn't take control that Tanner would get you guys put in jail. Is that right? You knew that if you didn't take complete control, take care of business, Tanner wouldn't, because he's what? A little bitch. You've never taken on somebody else? You've never been with any other person, only Tanner?
Let us go for several years. Why this is the first time? A bit around here.
When were you at Tanner before?
I'll meet this tour.
Did you do anything when he was 12 or 13? Did you hurt anybody then?
Only Tanner.
And again, I do not think that he has DID. I tend to believe that he has a firm grip on reality, as well as a very loose grip on the fact that he has the moral character that only a mother could love. And I think that's not even true at this point. Throughout the multiple interviews, there will just be times where he says things that showcase how out of touch he is. I think that this has nothing to do with a lack of development in the brain. This is all to do with you're just a shit person. You can't say that you're fucking evil and say, oh, it's because my brain did not develop completely. You're just fucking evil. The investigators are asking him, when you were talking to her, did she tell you her name?
So she just told you her name was Athena, right?
Which I actually thought that was pretty cool because, you know, I like mythology and stuff like that. Yeah.
There are other points in the interviews where he starts almost talking to the detectives as if he's trying to show them how cool he is. For example, he's asked to describe who he all lives with in the house. And he says, my mom, my little brother, my grandmother, and Cassie, the fiance, and several annoying dogs. What kind of dogs? Itty bitty little ankle biters?
Me and Cassie, our cat, and an annoying little shit named Draco.
What breed's Draco?
Not sure exactly, but he's part Chihuahua. Part Chihuahua, part annoying as shit.
It's like very reminiscent of a middle schooler trying to curse in front of the high schoolers to appear cool, but housed in the vile body that is Tanner Horner, a man in his 30s. In another segment, he's yapping about his ex-girlfriends, one of them named Nicole, who he describes her being as dumb as a brick. He says,
she did end up cheating on me with 2 different black guys. So, which eventually ended up telling me later on what was really going on. Actually,
also, just like the whole Jewish thing and then the black thing, like, I'm like, I think you're anti-Semitic and I think you're racist, but you're trying to play it off. That's the vibe. The way he even phrases it, I think you have to watch the clip to see, but the way it's almost, he says that he had a problem ghosting girls because, quote,
I always use that little like we're flirting, like all this other shit, you know, like sometimes we'd sleep together, all that shit, but then like afterwards I'm just like, shit, I don't know where to go from here.
So he has a reputation of ghosting girls. He states that he had a habit of being a player.
I started realizing getting older, I need to settle down. Yeah, settle down essentially. Okay.
So that's why he got with Cassie. Every other answer is framed as woe is me. So when he's not trying to sell this weird alter ego personality zero, then he's talking and trying to be cool with the officers. And then every other response after that is woe is me. And I don't think it registers in his English pea-sized brain that he's not the victim in this situation. He's asked questions like, when you start choking her, facing away from you, like you stated earlier, how long did it take her to essentially pass out or stop crying? Was it long or short?
It's probably about a minute, but it felt like so much longer.
And there's this undercurrent. It sounds like he feels bad for himself that it took longer. Like it felt so long to kill Athena. Not that Athena suffered for so long. He leans against the wall during the interrogation.
Am I gonna go home at all?
No, you're not. He says about this whole experience, aka murder, he says,
It's just gonna be fucking with me a lot. Can I hurt a kid? Can you not just shoot me mad? I just want to be with my family. Before you get your shit together.
Then he goes on to rant almost.
I am going to miss out on the best part of my child's fucking life. Okay? This is one of those probation things. This is one of those I'm going away for a long time things, and I'm going to miss out all of my fucking son's life. I would rather die. I'm going to miss out on always his Christmases, his birthdays, him growing up. I'm going to miss out on everything. All because I listened to some stupid voice that isn't probably even there.
Audaciously, he asks the authorities if he can just be free for a month after admitting to murder of a 7-year-old girl. He asks if he can just have a month to spend Christmas with his families. And this is why, again, I feel like he watches those movies and he thinks that they're all real. Like he watched Split once, because the way he asks, he's like, give me a month. I just need a month. You're not an undercover CIA agent. You're scum.
I want a month.
A month of what?
Even if you want to put ankle monitors on me, GPS monitors, check out with you. Like, if you give me a month with my family so I can have Christmas with my son, yeah, I'll tell you everything.
I'll be completely honest with you, Tanner.
That's beyond your power, I understand.
Yeah, no, it's something that I can't even feasibly think that's possible, but I don't know that for sure because I'm not the prosecutor. I'm not.
I'd be willing, even if y'all set up cameras outside the house, I want to answer everything you have to say. But the main motivation behind me wanting to talk to you is I literally just want to see my son. I understand that. I want to be there for him on Christmas. I want to give him that good Christmas feeling.
He's making it seem like this is the biggest impact on him. However, if you put it in juxtaposition with everything else that's happening, when the investigators are trying to pull Athena's body out of the creek, he's talking to another detective about vapes.
I was vaping there for a little bit, but then I got sick with COVID like 2 weeks ago. And I switched back to smoking because I didn't need all the fluid on my lungs, because a friend of mine had like serious lung damage because he was vaping while he was sick.
Yeah. Then he starts going down this thoughtless rabbit hole about how some vapes smell like pancakes and waffles, and that makes him crave pancakes and waffles, which naturally leads to a conversation. And again, I think the officer is playing into this. I don't think the officer is sitting there like, oh yeah, let me just make small talk. I think the officer is like, my body cam is on, and I'm going to egg you on and make you talk about what you want to talk about while we are pulling a 7-year-old girl's body out of the water. And he starts talking about pancakes and waffles with him. And he says that he prefers hash browns with cheese and onions, a Whataburger patty melt with a Dr. Pepper shake. And then he later asks, out of nowhere, after he's talking about food for 5 minutes,
what happens if I get an attorney right now?
You get an attorney right now? I mean, that's your choice, your legal right.
Then he tries to bring up how the last time he was in handcuffs was 4 years ago when he attempted self-exit, and how he would have constant headaches to the point of being halfway convinced that he had a tumor in his brain. He also mentions,
I'm the kind of person where I don't go to the hospital until the very last second, which, you know, that's probably not the best thing in the world. Like, I have like random heart palpitations and stuff because I drink a lot of energy drinks. Like, I even had a mild heart attack like a year ago.
And in the car, he's talking about how he semi-likes being a delivery driver, except, quote, right now we're going through peak season, which to be honest is kind of a pain in the butt. And I just didn't like the whole being a 1099 thing. So instead of being an employee with a W-2, he doesn't like being a 1099 contractor. And later, he motions to the officer who's driving, and he says in a teasing voice,
you're texting and driving.
Oh, this is in the car?
Yeah, later in the car. They were outside the car smoking a cigarette, and then now they put him in the car and they're driving him to a second location. And
he's yapping in the car.
Yeah. He's like, ooh, texting and driving.
Crazy.
And when it comes to the crime, he blames everyone else but him. The investigators are trying to get him to show remorse. I think they're not trying to get him to show it because that would benefit him, and it would, but I think they're just trying to understand so that they can get this all on camera to see how he really feels about it. And he can't even fake it. He can't even say words. He just talks about how he's no longer on the meds that he was placed on initially.
Now that I haven't been on that medicine in 5 days, it's starting to wear off. I've actually been crying. Do you know what that's like? Not being able to cry for months and months and months.
Tanner, are you remorseful for what you did? Obviously you're telling you're crying, but I mean...
I'm a father. I took all I want is just to spend one last Christmas with my son, and I'll tell you everything, Michael.
Tanner, you got distracted. You didn't answer my question. I said, are you remorseful for what you did?
I'm a father.
Tell me about that. Are you hurting inside for Athena?
Hurting for her. I'm hurting for her family. But even if this was some random person, I'd still be hurting for this child.
Well, what would you want to say if her mom and dad were here right now? What would you want to say to them?
And then he goes back to getting a month with his son. If there's even a sliver of a chance that I can get out. If I'm on like house arrest, something like that, I would be able to, you know, right those wrongs. If I was on house arrest, I would actually be able to give my son a Christmas. I would be able to, you know what I mean? Where did you come up with this idea? Like, where is this your idea or something you saw somebody else? The idea of asking for a fucking month. I prayed about it. Pray about it. God spoke to you. He said, this is what you should ask for. He nods. The investigator goes on to tell Tanner Athena's parents' names and what they've been asking and what they want answers to. But all Tanner can say is, can I speak for a minute?
The reason I wanted to do this, I just want to spend that one last Christmas. I have videos of Christmas morning and waking up, going to go sit, I go under the tree, see his presents. This isn't even really about me at this point. It's about that little boy. I want this because I want to be able to, for him to have something to look back on. The reason I wanted to trade this is because somehow by some million shot, they were able to put me on a monitor, put cameras around the house, everything. If y'all were able to do that, I would go no contest. All I want is that 1 month time. Hell, not even a month, technically, just end of the year, you know what I mean? That one last crucial time for my son, I would give up everything. I would say, just throw me in a jail cell forever, I don't care.
And it's like, you're already getting that, but...
I would give up everything. I'd give up all my defenses. I'd give up everything. Plead no contest. Give you the information that you want, everything. That's what I want you to come here to the judge.
He says he's never done anything like this before. He's the type to cry when he runs over dogs at work, which the investigator is like, then why did you kill a 7-year-old girl? Why Athena? To which he responds, it wasn't me. Now that I haven't been on the medication, I haven't heard from Zero in 2 days. He says that none of this would have happened if he hadn't accidentally run over Athena at work saying,
I'd be at work right now. I'd be at work, saving up for Chester's Christmas, getting everything ready, just trying to get us into an apartment. I was this close. I finally got a new car. Okay, I was having to drive the freaking work trucks home for like a month because I didn't have a car. Because my car broke down several months ago, then Cassie's broke down. Life was getting really bad. The stress was getting too much. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad person. I've never been a bad person. The only bad things I've ever done is, like, occasionally I'll smoke marijuana. I'm an autistic, weird dude who likes music that other people tend to shut at. Well, musician. I was in a Christian punk band at one point. A Christian punk band. Not gonna lie, the vocals weren't the best. I worked years mastering my craft, and at this point I write my own music, you know, I had lyrics and everything, but I never really got to, you know what I mean? Yeah.
He talks a lot.
yeah.
He likes to talk.
Yeah, and he thinks that everyone should care about him. Personally, I'm glad to hear that, because if you do show some type of emotion, if you do have some type of remorse, that goes a long way, as opposed to just being a cold-blooded killer monster.
If I was a cold-blooded killer, I would have been killing people for years. You know what I mean? Like, I have a conscience. I have feelings. I'm just a person. You panicked. It wasn't my decision. I wanted to let her go. There's other jobs out there. He didn't want to let her go. But now I haven't even heard from him in 2 days.
You're gonna have that human emotion as a parent, as a son. You're gonna have some type of emotion or some type of thought of what do I do next?
I didn't know what to do next. I just tried living my life.
Yeah.
I don't know if the only thing that I could think of, and this is such a shitty comparison, but have you ever met those people who they will stub their toe and they expect everyone to fall to their knees and care about their toe, and then someone around them will be diagnosed with a terminal illness and they're like, what does that have to do with me? This is the type of energy that Tanner Horner gives. He just does not care. When the detectives ask about why he lied about the green van, he blames it on Zero, saying, I mean, obviously he would know, like, we share the same memories. He has access to my memories, and my dad used to have an old green Astro van, and I think that's where he got that from.
When we were talking to Athena, me and Zero were also arguing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, I was trying to be like, you just put her back and forget the whole fucking thing. Yeah, he seemed a little bit different than normal, too. Like, because normally, like, he's a cool guy, you know what I mean? So, but he was a little bit more manic than normal, I guess, and it was kind of weird. I remember there was a point where me and Zero were getting verbal, like outward verbal versus inside the head verbal, and she was kind of like freaking out over it.
And again, it's like you watch the movie Split, because there's no depiction of this in any of the audios that they retrieved from the FedEx truck.
Well, how was she freaking out? Like, she was just kind of looking at us like, why is this dude talking to himself?
Tanner is the type of person that thinks at such a pace that you can almost see the thought forming inside of his dense skull, and then he acts on it. And once he realizes the detectives are not putting in as much effort to believe the alter ego Zero's existence, he asks them, can y'all do some research on something for me? Sure.
Can you look up some of the potential negative psychoactive effects of potentially Prozac.
And then he notices one of the investigators fidgeting with his fingers. Oh, you do the same thing? I do that because I'm a drummer. You can see scars from years and years of playing drums where I busted my fingers. The investigator is like, okay, well, let's get back to the topic. And he says, I guess the whole motivating factor, again, going back to the why, is you bumped this little girl with a truck and you're thinking I'm going to lose my job, potentially my freedom. He says, I wasn't worried about losing freedom part because honestly, that's an honest accident. He's like, why would I go to jail for running her over? It was an accident. Which again, no one thinks that he did that, but.
All it would take is going up there and just talking to the parent. And like, hey, I accidentally bumped your daughter. Like, there's more jobs out there, you know what I mean? Like, it's not hard to find a job. I mean, shit, like, I set her on the back of the van, trying to calm her down. But she wasn't calming down. Zero kind of took over.
One of the last things Athena wrote in her school journal was about stranger danger. That's what the class was learning at the time leading up to Christmas, is who a stranger is, what to do when a stranger approaches you, who not to trust. And I think that adds a really twisted layer to this case because it's not that it would make it any better, but I think that there is this knowledge that Athena knew what kind of danger she was in as it was happening. And I know that sounds obvious to adults, but even from the second it started, she knew she was in danger. And I think the part that people find heartbreaking is the fact that from the second that she was hauled into that van, she would have had a lot of conscious thoughts about what is happening and this is dangerous and this is bad. And it would have probably made her feel a lot more panicked. She was learning of what to do in the event of stranger danger. And like I said, one of the most damning pieces of evidence in this trial is the audio footage of Athena's murder. This was played in court for the jurors, and all of the live streaming cameras thankfully had to be shut off so the public could not hear it. There were press members in the courtroom who described some of the jurors' reactions as well as what was heard in the audio, but it's a lot. I don't even think they played the full footage for the jurors because they were just sobbing, breaking down. A lot of them were trying to hold back tears. A lot of them were outwardly just dry heaving and sobbing.
The jurors, right?
The jurors. The prosecutor describes it as,
You're going to hear what a 250-pound man can do to a 67-pound child. And when I say it's horrible, I mean it. I've been doing this 25 years, and I promise you, buckle up. It's an hour. It's not 5 minutes. It's an hour. And it's not just one time that he's trying to kill her. It's over, over, and over again. You can hear the banging in the truck. You can hear the screams. This is what's coming. It didn't happen fast.
the first thing that Tanner says to Athena once she's in the van, he leans down towards her face and says, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you." She tries to tell him that he can't take her because she has school tomorrow. And Athena Strand asks him if he's a kidnapper, and Tanner responds by demanding she take off her shirt. Athena screams and cries for her mom and tells Tanner, "You can't do that to me." You can hear her, so we know that there was male DNA found on the vaginal and anus swabs, but they also, in the audio, there is very clear apparent gagging noises from Athena. Now, Tanner would later try to come up with this lie that he was trying to get her to swallow a pill, I guess a pill to sedate her or something, but it's pretty apparent that he was assaulting her. And she screams for her mom, and she screams, "You can't do that for me." You can hear her gasp for air, begging to go home. At one point, Tanner Horner sings Christmas music, Jingle Bell Rock specifically, because it was playing in the van. The audio footage is so bad that Athena's mom even apologizes to the jurors for what they have to see. Maitland is Athena's biological mother, and I do want to make it clear that Maitland's favorite color is not pink. Athena's favorite color was pink, but she goes up on the stand in a pink blazer. She's been in court every single day wearing pink. her whole head of hair has been dyed pink. It's been pink for a really long time. Right now it's a pastel pink color. Previously it was a much darker, vibrant pink. And every day she's there wearing pink, and she gets up on the stand to testify, and she talks about what her life has been like. We're going to get into all of that soon, but she says about the audio she could only listen to a minute. She says, I couldn't get past a minute.
And I'm very sorry to all of the innocent people that do have to watch that. I am so sorry. I'm sorry to you, and I'm sorry to y'all too. Because none of us, not Athena, not me, not anyone in this room, besides Tanner Horner, asked for what's on that video. And Athena definitely didn't.
After the prosecution present all their evidence, it's now time for the defense, and it consists of just trying to paint this very sad picture of the sad life of Tanner Horner. As Tanner describes it, his dad was a crackhead, his mom is a heroin addict, and he was raised by his grandparents. Those are direct quotes. Well, my grandmother and my step-grandfather, which I consider him my grandfather than anybody because he's the man that raised me. He says for his childhood, his dad was in and out of prison, and his mom was also in and out of jail constantly. And the part that really gets me is he says, because now he's in jail. He says, I actually worked on this, when my mom and my grandmother come to see me, I actually worked on this clever line.
Oh, how the tables have turned.
Because now he's the one in jail. But he says that he's glad that his grandparents raised him because, quote,
I'm glad they did, because I wouldn't be the kind of person that literally buys fucking homeless people food.
The defense brings up his rough upbringing. They also bring up the fact that he's autistic. People that know Tanner say that he made it his whole personality, that he is autistic. He threw it out there in every conversation, but not in the sense of, oh, I'm trying to connect with people, or I'm trying to describe why I may behave in certain ways that a neurotypical person would not. It's not like that. It's not like, oh, I'm trying to connect with someone. Maybe you have certain things that you do that you could relate to. It's not like that. It's just to justify things. That's what people say. It's like he's always justifying an action or mistake or straight up wrongdoings by saying that he's autistic. In his mind, because he's on the spectrum, he can do no wrong. His defense wrote in a filing that his, quote, autism reduces his moral blameworthiness. A lot of autistic people are just fed up with this trial because they're like, that. Why is the defense doing this? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It just makes us, it adds a stigma to our community. Most autistic people wouldn't hurt a fly. They're like, what's happening? And on top of that, Tanner Horner has been accused of SA and SA against minors several times before this. A woman named Shay Marie had posted on Facebook for years. Friendly reminder that Tanner Horner likes to take advantage of drunk 16-year-old girls. Another one. Friendly reminder that Tanner Horner is a rapist. And these are back from 2019.
Against her?
Yes. This would have been when Tanner was 23. She's 16. Years before Tanner would go on to kill Athena Strand. She made another post around the time of his arrest and said, Tanner Lynn Horner, the man who raped me at 16, 8 years ago, murdered Athena Strand, a 7-year-old girl. I hope the family gets justice that they deserve. I hope he rots. And I hope that everyone who didn't believe me when I've talked about this for 8 years, fuck all of you. She's also posted on TikTok about what's happened, saying that nobody believed her at the time. She's also posted screenshots of what people widely believe to be a conversation between Shay and Cassie, the fiance, but it's not been verified. But it appears that the fiance is messaging Shay, saying things like, hey Shay, I heard you were with Tanner, but he was lying to me and all kinds of shit, so I was just gonna ask what happened. And Shay Marie confides in her, saying like, oh, well, you should know that he physically took advantage. He raped me. Like, this is what happened. I'm telling you right now, like, this is a person. And if this is truly Cassie, I think this is why a lot of people dislike her as well. There's a response to Shay that reads, well, don't worry though, he's attached to me now. And Shay writes, okay, question mark, question mark. All I'm saying is him and I are still kind of together, but not like I fell deeply in love with him and he won't leave me alone, because I do love him and he doesn't want to get rid of me. Like, we technically are not together, but still are. I don't know. It's hard to explain. If this is Cassie, I think this is where a lot of the vitriol against her stems from, which Cassie is someone that Tanner met and potentially groomed. I believe that she was 17 years old when they met as well. And about meeting Cassie, he says,
I met her and it just kind of clicked. which is really weird because her mom was trying to hit on me, and her mom's like, your daughter's a lot cuter, man. Like, you're like 50.
They share a young son together. He doesn't speak nicely about Cassie either. He says that she's not working and, quote, she's using my Grubhub account to go get money every once in a while, but it's gone by the next day. So at least from this point, she's at least providing money for her own dumb shit. Dude, she will go and do Grubhub to order Grubhub later. Like, gotta love that girl, but so dumb. He also complains about how people think he's dumb, but he's actually a lot smarter than people think. Before his arrest in the Athena Strand case, he was charged with 3 counts of essay of a child dating back to 2013. 2 separate women have testified in court thus far that Tanner Horner raped them when they were both minors. And while now it's the defense's turn to try and make a compelling argument for mitigating factors of why he should not be killed by the state, there's a lot of things that we do need to keep in mind. Like the fact that during the interrogation, the lead detective is telling him when they find Athena, they're going to have a medical examiner look at Athena's body. They're going to know a lot of things. So we're going to know, we're going to be able to essentially corroborate what you're telling us now. So is there anything else we're going to find out? Because I don't want you to lie to me. So tell us what we need to know. And he's like, no, sir. Okay, so I think I know what you're about to ask. And no, I didn't.
You're going to ask if I sold her and I did not.
So everything's going to tell me that you didn't say.
And again, this is the argument that people are so upset by, because if someone in their right mind who genuinely did not assault someone, they would be offended. They would try to defend their character of like, no, of course not, because of A, B, C, and D. I'm not that type of person, A, B, C, and D. But his response is,
with my medication now, I don't even really have much of a libido.
Okay.
Like my fiance will even tell you that kind of pisses her off most of the time.
He gives the same excuse to his mother when she calls him in jail. And there's a lot of jailhouse calls that are being played during the trial. And it's just a whole lot of complaining. Even to the detectives, he complained that being in jail is a lot of stress because...
Need some more water?
Yeah. Sorry. I think it's more stress than anything. And I have to, like, when I ask people for water while I'm in that padded cell, I'm sitting there waiting for, like... When I'm sitting there asking people for water, like, everybody there looks at me like I'm a monster. Which, understandably so, given the circumstance.
What's his parents' attitude?
His mom testified, and it was, I think a lot of people have limited sympathy for the mom. So, just judging by her testimony, it seems that she had a very rough life. And she was dealt a lot of shit cards as well. There is this point in the testimony, though, where she says that she wants to tear his fucking eyes out because of what he did to the little girl.
Are you angry with him?
I'm so mad at him. I want to just tear his ass out.
And she's very emotional. So it seems that people she's not one of those moms that's like, my son could never. However, there is this one point that she describes that that's not the son she knows, which a lot of people had problems with that wording. But she is not one of those moms that's like, no, my son could never. My son, well, maybe the victim asked for it because my son is a saint. She's not doing that.
Dad?
Dad is dead. Yeah. But during one of the initial jailhouse calls to his mom, she picks up and she's like, are you okay? Not really. You want to tell me what happened? I pulled into this driveway and all that stuff. I was pulling forward and I was backing up and I hit this little girl. Okay, go ahead.
I pulled into this driveway and all that stuff. I was pulling forward and I was backing up and then I overrolled. And then, she was crying. I tried calling her down and it didn't work. My thoughts were, oh my God, I'm going to lose my child. Everything started. I know. I didn't know what to do, Mom.
What did you do? Did she die on her own?
No. Oh my God. I know. Like, Captain has even tried calling me up here,
Then there's this very disorienting moment where he asks about the bail.
So, was it you guys who tried calling bail or whatever it's called?
Yeah.
How much was it?
Less than $5 million.
Are you kidding me?
He starts complaining about that. The truck doesn't have a backup camera. Well, it has a camera, but it doesn't work. It hasn't worked for like 2 months. So he starts using that as an excuse. In another call, he complains about how he gets reading material in jail, but it's, he asks for the Bible. He gets a version of the Bible where it has, quote, Shakespearean dialogue, and he has to constantly take breaks. And though I tend to think that it's not a problem of the version, but rather he's just giggling about how he's not in the crazy room anymore. He's in the less crazy room, but still, the version of the Bible sucks. He also says, you could not believe all the crazy letters I'm receiving.
Like fan letters?
I don't know if it's hate, fans, other child molesters. I don't know. He also talks about how all the news outlets are reaching out, and he also complains a lot. Oh, more on that in a second. But he also complains about like the dumbest shit. He says, I had an ingrown nail the other day and I started messing with it and they don't let me cut my fingernails, so it just kind of gets bad. And then his mom is trying to give him some perspective of like, well, yeah, your time is bad in there too. But also, she says, you're not getting all the hate that I'm getting here.
Hate shit you're receiving any hate. I don't know what they're saying on TV, because I guarantee they're all the making it worse than it is. You get right for right. No. Because on my medication, I need to get up for caffeine. I know that's a little bit too much information, but still. Oh my.
He says the news reporters, journalists, investigators, major publications are all monsters.
They want their story. That's all they want. That's what I tapped into till like right now. They're like, hey, you get it on me now and give you like $1 billion extra dollars? Yeah, I'll give you your story.
And he says he's going to demand $1 million from news networks. And with that $1 million, he's going to get his baby a nice house, fix up his mom's house, and then give the leftovers to the family. Athena Strand's family. He says, give the leftovers. His mom tries to comfort him in jail. And again, I think this is why people have limited sympathy for her, but she's saying things like, the people that know you're not that kind of person. I'm sorry for you. And he says, I don't want people to be sorry for me.
This was like next to Dexter. Like, just looked at me like, with this, like, hate filled rage in his eyes. Apparently, they might keep me from the general population. I'm a bit of an introvert, so it's not like a big deal.
And she's just like, okay, well, I just want you to know that many people are concerned about you.
Like, these are people you need to set my attorney's way. He needs many character witnesses.
So these are court-appointed attorneys, so it's hard to, yeah.
He's proud about that, huh?
Yeah. He's actually working his ass off right now, as far as I'm concerned. And I just imagine the attorneys hating their lives sitting next to him. I can sense it on the cameras. But hey, do not take toilets for granted. Sometimes I can't even have a toilet. He also says things like, I'm pretty sure everybody knows, according to my attorney yesterday, this is literally like national news. It's not like Texas news, it's national.
Man, I always wanted to be famous, but not like this shit.
He says, I feel bad for the family. I miss my son. I miss my son before I even got arrested. He complains about one of the guards saying, she just literally hates me. It's not professional. She's an older lady. Ironically, her last name is Collard. Ironic because I tried collard greens for the first time when I was in here, by the way. Oh my God, it's so good. I'm like, oh man, I'm actually going to be able to poop.
What's going on? He's what's going on?
He doesn't care about anyone else but him. He thinks that if he says something was a mistake, everyone should forgive him and baby him for finding himself in this situation.
Yeah.
He complains about how he had to eat applesauce paired with something that wasn't good, but at least he gets reading material. Again, quote, I'm just glad I'm getting some reading material from the library because holy crap, I need to put my head in a good fantasy book. He does want someone, however, to send him a meditation book because, quote, it helps when I'm having an anxiety attack because being stuck in a box, you're going to end up getting a little bit of anxiety. When I start getting that anxiety, I'll sit down, meditate, try to block out everything, relax. It helps. He also wants manga, Dragon Ball Z manga. And when this part is played out in court where he talks to his family about wanting them to send manga, he laughs into his hand, like he chuckles as if like, oh my God, look at me being so quirky. There were envelopes found in Tanner Horner's jail cell, and all of them were titled. So one of them is for Athena's family. One of them is detectives only. One of them is Legacy Church, and one of them is for Cassie. He had these all sprayed out. And this is where I say the timeline gets very confusing. So at first when he is talking about what happened, he's like, I don't know what happened. I'm just as sad as everybody else. I'm a father. And then he's like, oh yeah, I did deliver a package Well, no, he says, I don't remember delivering a package. Then it goes to, I did deliver a package. I saw a man with a green van. And then it goes to, I backed up into her and she was dead. Then it goes to, I backed up into her, she was alive. And then Zero took over. And then now back in jail, he's like, actually, I'm getting framed. That's where the letter comes from. And I'm going to read you all the letters, okay? But to the one to Athena's family, it reads, to Athena's family. I wanted to start off by saying how sorry I am about Athena. The entire time I've known my legal counsel, they've continued to tell me how I don't need to apologize. I shouldn't apologize until the trial. I don't think this is true, and frankly, I can't hold it in any longer. I've done a terrible thing to your family, and I'm sorry. I can't tell you how many countless nights I've stayed awake, unable to sleep. I pray for all of you. So many were affected by my breakdown, not just your family, but my own as well. You'll never get to see your baby girl grow up, and I'm sorry. Now, my son is going to grow up without his father and protector. I owe it to you to explain where my mind is at. Let me start by saying that I have Asperger's syndrome. In other words, I'm on the autism spectrum. I don't do well with change or things that are unpredictable in nature. When I first started as a driver at FedEx, I was given a singular route, and that route wouldn't change for a while. After a bit, my employer started making random changes in my route, avoid adding stuff from other routes so they could make more money. I don't do well with change. Again, I can have meltdowns when unexpected changes to my daily route happened. It was bad one day. I started to have suicidal episodes. I had to leave early that day, or I was going to walk myself onto oncoming traffic. The only thing that stopped me was thinking of my son growing up without his father. So I took off for a week and sought out help. I got put on medication, and a week later I was back at work. I've let my employers know how I needed to keep a consistent routine and I wouldn't have any issues. However, I was ignored. When I returned, they did the opposite of what was good for someone like me. They put me on as a floater. They put me on a different route every day, every time. I reminded them that I needed to be on a routine, and it was like it would go in one ear and out the other. My mental health started to steadily get worse because of it. I couldn't just quit either. I had a son and I had to take care of him. Then on top of that, certain aspects of my home life started to fall apart as well. I guess they got sick of me constantly telling them that I needed consistency because they sold me off to another company without having any say in the matter. In hindsight, I'm starting to think that they were attempting to get me to quit, which in retrospect was kind of scummy. After a while, with the new contract I started with Big Top Spin, my life started to kind of fall back into place. I got a car again, but I was consistently stressed and had multiple minor meltdowns because even the new company had no regard for my mental health because they still refused to put me on a consistent route. The holidays came and my stress only multiplied. They forced everyone to work 6 days. 6 days as volume got higher and higher, and it was all the wrong place and the wrong time. I'm sorry I allowed my mental state to be unstable. I'm sorry I took away your little angel from you. She didn't deserve it. You all didn't deserve it. My son didn't deserve to lose his father. My mother didn't deserve to lose her son. My fiance didn't deserve to have her wedding day stripped from her. I pray that my death eases your suffering in some way. The only thing I can think of is for forgiveness and for you to remember my son and show him some grace and mercy, for he no longer has his father. I love you all, and I'm sorry, Tanner Horner. What do you mean I love you all? Mm-hmm. That also pisses me off. Everything about this letter pisses me off, but the I love you all.
So what are these letters intended for? Like, he just wrote it. He wanted to...
He did try to self-exit in jail.
Okay.
But I don't know if it was a full-hearted attempt.
These letters are insulting, right? Only putting salt on the wound even more.
I feel like and I never say this because... Okay. But I think that his self-exit in these letters was performative at best. It's just the most empty attempt at appearing remorseful. Because even previously, during the interviews when he was requesting to take a month for his son, they keep trying to bring him back to, as a parent, because you keep mentioning you're a parent. My question to you was, if Athena's parents were here, put yourself in their shoes for a minute, what would you say to them?
I don't know what I would say. Would you apologize to him? Would you explain why you did this? I don't know what I would say. I would be speechless. No one deserved any of this.
And it almost seems like he's counting himself as no one. Mm-hmm. The defense attorney during cross for the lead detective says, but you would agree with me that he told you several times that he felt bad about what happened and expressed, he may not have said, I feel bad, but he expressed his emotions about what happened. And the detective leans into the mic in court during the trial and says, yes, ma'am, I did not believe him.
Ranger Espinosa, you also recognized that Tanner was being remorseful as well, didn't you?
No, ma'am.
You don't recall telling him, I see remorse in you, I see regret in you?
That is part of an interview tack in order to maintain rapport.
Later on, they also bring up the Google searches that were made. Okay, so there is a search that he was looking at a 3-circle Venn diagram for the 3 things being autism, Catholicism, and nerd shit. So the circles for autism and Catholicism overlap with clearly defined rules, hierarchies, and rituals. The circles for autism and nerd shit overlap at obsession over fine details. The circles for Catholicism and nerd shit overlap at silly outfits and complicated lore. And all 3 circles overlap together with BDSM. Like, he's just looking up things like this. He's also looking up, after Athena's murder, license plates, license plate types, why my fiance's family makes me out to be a demon, and YouTuber with the highest net worth, and Paradise Missing Girl. He views multiple photos of Athena Strand, even going onto Facebook to look up photos and Facebook posts of Athena Strand with community members begging to find her. He also looks up, do FedEx cameras constantly record? The same day that he's doing that, he looks up a book called Hot and Bothered, How to Think About, Talk About, and Have Sex You Really Want. It has also been stated that...
This is before or after?
This is after. And it's been stated that he... Well, okay, it's... There has been some Karen Reed trial stuff where there's been debate of, oh, maybe this was a tab that he looked up previously and then it refreshed and then he Googled something else in the tab. But these are the things that were coming up in the search.
What do you mean Karen Reed trial stuff?
Like the How Long to Die in the Cold. So some people are arguing, okay, like this is something that he looked up days before the murder and then it refreshed because he opened that tab to Google something else. But it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Because it seems that even 4 days before the murder, he was planning something. He was covering the cameras with sticky notes. So I don't think it really matters, the timeline. Additionally, it's been stated that he had intimate relations with his fiance hours after killing Athena, which would indicate that this depraved act was something that he wanted, obviously, but was also more turned on by. One netizen comments, unless they can prove that he doesn't know right from wrong, their point is moot. Which that's not what's happening. So this is not, they're not trying to say that he knows right from, well, not knowing right from wrong is more in tune with like the insanity plea, but this is the sentencing. So they're not saying that he doesn't know right from wrong. They're just saying that these are mitigating factors of why the state should not kill him. But a lot of people are arguing, I mean, he's hiding the body. That's evidence. And he knows what he does wrong. I don't understand. Other people are saying if he knew how to cover the cameras in the car and Googles if FedEx cameras record all day, he knew what he was doing. Other people are saying, so just to sum it up, the defense is wasting everyone's time in court by trying to make excuses for him. Other people are saying, well, they have to. That's the whole point. And they're commenting, I think this is better actually, because it would be better if he can appeal. If the defense does as much as they can to do their best, then he cannot appeal, saying that he was not represented well, and the family doesn't have to go through an appeal. So really, this is probably best for Athena Strand's family, so that there's not years and years of more hearings, another trial. Like, he can't say that he wasn't adequately represented. So this is probably for the family, for the best. But they could probably tone it down a bit, I will say. There's also another scary testimony coming from one of the neighbors. He says that Tanner Horner dropped off a FedEx package the night before Athena was taken, and his 2 young girls, same age as Athena, were outside playing. And there was this very odd interaction where Tanner Horner didn't want to get out of the truck until because one of the parents was in the doorway. One of the parents to come get it, and he describes how, he ruined Christmas for a few kids before by giving them the package. But there was just this overwhelming feeling by a lot of people that he was...
Wait, what's going on? He gave the package directly to the kids?
To the adults. But he's saying, I don't give it to the kids anymore because I ruined Christmas once. I guess maybe one of the kids had opened the package and realized it was their Christmas present. But a lot of people feel that he was overcompensating for the fact that maybe that night he also had nefarious intentions. But he realized that the parents were in view. So he comes up with this weird, I never give the packages to the kids. I never talk to kids because I ruined Christmas for a kid once. Athena's mom has stated that she wants the whole world to know her baby. And I think that she has done, I hate that she's in that position, but I think that she's done a really good job of being able to give people the feeling of who Athena was. And she describes it as, I mean, there's a lot of interesting things about Athena. She loves pink and she loves Rapunzel, but also she wants to be like her Viking dad. Her favorite movie is Frozen, but she also loves to just like get in the mud and dig for the biggest worm that she can find. And it's just the way that everybody talks about Athena, I think the prosecutors point out it's sad that everything has to be in past tense, but you could just tell everyone loved her. She did recently, well, not recently, but prior to her death, she did get in trouble for smacking a kid on the bus with a water bottle. And Athena's mom testified and she said, "Mommy did teach her no means no." And the prosecutors are like, "Oh, so she's independent?" "Yeah, she gets that from me." "And strong?" "Physically, she gets that from her father."
She was the perfect mixture of me and Jacob.
And I think that goes to show they're not even together. They were co-parenting really well.
She loved to wear her pretty princess dresses, but at the same time, she would play in the dirt in those same pretty princess dresses. And she was free, and she was wild, and she was bright, and she was loving. She wanted to be loved and to give love, and that's it. It was very common for her to want to do anything outdoors with her father, so long as her father was around. She watched him butcher animals. She watched him clear property. As long as Daddy was around, she was great with being dirty and being outside.
She has a little sister, and Athena's mom says, "I didn't know how to tell her little sister.
I didn't know how to tell her, and I didn't think I was strong enough to tell her. So I lied to her for a long time. I would tell her that she was just staying with her daddy for a little bit longer. And when she asked to FaceTime her or to call her, I would tell her that she was at school, or she was sleeping, or she was, I would lie to her. Until about a year ago, she didn't know the whole truth. And, but I didn't tell her that Athena was dead and that she had been killed until Athena's, or what should have been Athena's 8th birthday.
Athena's mom did Athena's makeup before her funeral. So she didn't want Jacob to see the handprints around her neck. So Athena's mom made sure to do Athena's makeup, and she didn't like the dresses they had, so she was just like mindlessly roaming around Walmart looking for the perfect dress. But like, how can you find the perfect dress? The prosecutors ask her, "Why did you make it a point to be at every hearing that we've had in this case?" And she says, "Because I had to cover up the handprint bruises around my daughter's neck, and because she no longer has a voice. And I want people to know that she's not just some story, she's not just some number, she's not just some picture you see in a headline. She was loved, she is loved, and she's missed, and she was real, and she had a life, and she wanted to live. And no one can take that from her. Not a single person can take that from her, and I will be her face, and I will be her voice, and I will make sure every person in the world knows." She's asked, "What is it that sticks out to you? What do you want to know?" I know it sounds stupid, and I know it sounds selfish. I know he'll never tell me the truth, but I want to know where my daughter's shirt is. I want to know everything, but he won't tell me that, and I highly doubt that he cared enough to pay attention to when my daughter took her last breath. Because I brought her into this world, and I know when she took her first. I was there for that. I was there when she took her first steps and she said her first word, but I wasn't there when she took her last. So I want to know where her shirt is, maybe because maybe he could give me that much grace. Athena's mom, Ashley, also testified. She says her favorite picture of Athena is, she's very much an outdoorsy kid, and it's she's about 5 years old in this picture, and her and Alice had been playing outside in the mud all day long, and she comes up to me and she's holding this gross little worm in her hand. She's covered in mud, I mean head to toe. It's all over her face, and she's so excited to have this little worm. That's my favorite picture of her. Ashley and Jacob divorced after Athena's murder. Ashley states that definitely this played a huge role in their separation. She says that it didn't just alter their marriage, but it fundamentally impacted her.
I'm not the same. I don't trust anybody. I can't. You're just not okay after something like that. Even my 5-year-old says stuff.
And her other daughter, Ashley's daughter, she says, she lost her sister in the most horrific way. Even if a delivery driver just drives down the driveway and she's outside, she runs inside and hides. It's affected her school, it's affected her friends, it's affected her in general. She has nightmares. Jacob, Athena's dad, also testified, and his body language and demeanor just looks defeated the whole time, and he just keeps saying that he couldn't protect his daughter.
That I wasn't there to protect them like I should be, like a father's role.
And even all the little kids in Athena's classroom, Miss Thompson, she testified during the trial, her teacher, and she said that it was really hard. A lot of the kids, this is her quote, some knew that something wasn't right, but everyone knew that she wasn't there, and I was having to count her absent when she was missing. And a lot of the kids, you could just tell that they were anxious, like they were worried, they knew something was wrong. And once they found Athena's body, she said that it was nearly impossible to go back to work that next Monday, but she had to because, quote, because I knew that the rest of my class needed their teacher and they needed someone to love them and support them and help them walk through this.
We have a crisis team, which includes local counselors within our district, people from local churches. They come in to talk and support kids. We read off a script of letting them know that their classmate is no longer there. We do activities to try to help them begin the grieving process. There's just a lot going on, like just trying to help kids cope and learn. Like this is a big thing for them at 6 and 7 years old to have to walk through. And so there's just a lot of counseling, guidance, and support that is happening.
She and her husband created a mailbox to put outside the classroom so the students could write letters to Athena and place them in the mailbox to help them process. There were over 100 letters placed in the mailbox. And she's asked about how this has altered her life as well. And she says, when I look at my life and career, it looks very different. Every day I hug my kids as they walk out the door and I tell them I love them. But now every day when I do that, and for the rest of my teaching career, I have to think about, what if they don't come back tomorrow?
I have been through hours of therapy, trying to heal from this. I have lost 2 other students back to back with this tragedy, but this has hit me the hardest. It has forever changed my life, forever changed how I teach my kids. One of the biggest moments of struggle for me was one day I had a little girl. She came out into the hall. This was about 3 months after everything, and she was crying. And she sat down and she said, Miss Thompson, I really miss Athena, but I'm afraid that this is going to happen to me too.
She says, even now, there are several kids who are now in the 4th grade and they're still having outside counselors. Several students are afraid to sleep in their own bed and will not play in the yards, in their own front yard. Athena's case took over Texas. People had pink out days. Water towers, city official buildings, homes were all decorated with pink lights. And it actually kickstarted a lot of delivery drivers putting pink bows on their trucks to show support. And there was a whole trend online of, your babies are safe with us on our route. And Mattel, the company, the creator of Barbie, they did a huge donation with Athena Strand's family because that was what Athena had gotten for Christmas, and that was what was left on their porch that day.
Mr. Horner, if you'd stand, please. It's the order of the court that you, Tanner Lynn Horner, has been adjudged to be guilty of the offense of capital murder as found by the jury. Jury having answered the special issues making it mandatory that your punishment be death, it is therefore the order of this court that your punishment be death. Before the hour of sunrise on a date to be determined by this court, you will be caused to die in accordance with the rules and regulations established by the Texas Department of Criminal Justice until you, said Tanner Horner, are dead. The clerk of this court shall issue a death warrant in accordance with this sentence. I will sign this death sentence as required by law.